Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hold on, just finishing moving some stuff around. So, seems to me like we may have had an eventful couple of days. Sorry I missed the live coverage of all of that. I've been dying, essentially. It's fun to have chronic pain, is it not? No, it's definitely not. But no, how bad have things actually gotten? Oh, kind of scared to look. I know vaguely I picked out a bunch of clips related to what I had seen for the day, but oh my goodness, it has gotten significantly worse in just the last week. I need my lights on. How can I sit here without those lights? Well, I feel like maybe starting off light is a good idea. What is my stance on eugenics? Good guy, Dari, what do you think my stance on eugenics is? It's bad. It's Nazi shit, obviously. And we're going to be talking about it because we're seeing a decent amount of it lately. But to start off with, on the opposite end, why is it bad? Well, I suppose you'll just have to wait until we get there and find out, won't you? But really, just kind of do some critical thinking for a second, and I'm sure you can figure out why it's bad yourself. If you can't manage, though, don't worry. We'll cover it in a bit. So, just to start off with, Obama had a speech recently, and most of it was boring, but there were some interesting bits that I found.
What I cannot understand is why anybody would think that Donald Trump will shake things up in a way that is good for you, Pennsylvania. I don't understand that.
I do. It's not true, but I understand why people think that.
Because there is absolutely no evidence that this man thinks about anybody but himself.
Of course, but there is a lot of lies and propaganda in the media.
I've said it before. Donald Trump is a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he...
Dari, eugenics is bad because grouping people based on physical attributes, assuming that there are innate portions of human sociology and psychology, that it's just that simple, that you can boil it down to innate goodness or badness, is both stupid on its own because it has no merit, but it is also bad because it's bad for people generally. It's harmful to humans as a whole. It is, well, people point to it being bad because it's Nazi shit, and that should be enough because the Nazis were bad for humanity. And again, they were crazy and they were wrong. The Nazis were trying to find evidence of magic and spiritual, like, these people were insane and would go out of their way to find any justification that their claims of, I don't know, being better, their Aryan superiority. They would look for literally anything they could to find evidence of this. And they obviously didn't, but they would continue to look in deranged places because when you're on this level of reality, which is so far away from actual reality, you don't need facts. You can point to random things and claim those as facts. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example. Yeah, 1 month out and it's not looking good, Captain. But listen, Nazis were crazy for sure, but not ever. Name one thing that they did that wasn't bad. Actually, no, don't do that. Nazi apology will not be tolerated in this chat. They are literally evil and demons. And the Nazis that we have today in the form of the Republican Party are also evil demons. And it's just that simple. If you don't believe me, then sit there and watch and find out. But I will ban you if you start doing Nazi apology in my chat. I don't want that on my screen. I don't want that in my chat.
rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. You've got the tweets in all caps, the ranting and the raving about crazy conspiracy theories. You got the 2-hour speeches, word salad, just, it's like...
See, this is the depiction that I actually don't like. The word salad, the he's crazy. It's not that he's old and senile and crazy. It's not word salad for no reason. There's this idea that Donald Trump, on his own, with everyone else around him outside of the concept. We're not thinking about the Republican Party as a whole. Sorry, I'm fixing TikTok. Can't actually see the screen. There we go. That should work. Will it work? God, I hate. There we go. Full screen. Oh, yeah, hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, sorry. You guys are just going to have to watch it like that. Right. So, this idea that Donald Trump is just stupid and he's insane and that he is senile is a justification for his actions when literally it's just that they are evil. No, they are crazy. Don't get me wrong, but they are also actually evil. And by evil, let me define that for you. I mean a lack of empathy, a lack of concern for the well-being of others, an active intent, a desire to harm other people, to I mean, look, honestly, let's just skip the Obama shit really quickly. This was all supposed to be fluff to start off, but it seems to me that you guys are all warmed up already and don't need any fluff. So let's just jump right in. He can still be all those things and not be excused. You're absolutely right, Captain, and he's not excused. You can't excuse these people want to build death camps. I literally just today, Donald Trump was talking about how he wants to use the military on US citizens. Oh my God. Where's the goddamn clip? Why does Twitter always do this when you open a single clip from Twitter and it just is in a thread and suddenly you jump to a random place in the thread? Not dumb, but instead dumb and. Well, again, it's Donald Trump is the one that's not particularly smart, and Elon Musk as well. But the people around them are not dumb. The people around them are specifically there to do this, to be Nazis, to bring Nazism and the death of American democracy. Yeah, they're entirely aware. So just because we're going to look at a bunch of Trump clips, I just want to watch this one really quickly. This is the second time he's doing this, which goes to the point of this man is a child. Donald Trump holds grudges and continues to for extended amounts of time over the dumbest things. And this one is Chris Christie, who famously was not very polite to Donald Trump in 2016, deservedly. Not that I like Chris Christie, he's also a piece of shit and an asshole. But
when a man, we're talking about this guy.
What
Chris
he is
Christie,
not is
we have some people, and
a
some
fat
guy
pig, according to
shouts
Donald
out
Trump.
to me, he's a fat pig, sir. Nobody heard it but me, but it was still, he said it. Sir, you should not call Chris Christie a fat pig, please. He is not a fat pig. You shouldn't. You're very rude, sir. We're going to have to throw you out if you do it again. He is not a fat pig.
The emphasis on the second fat pig, I find incredibly funny. I mean, obviously, this is with the full intent of calling Chris Christie a fat pig. It's a very common thing that Donald Trump does, where he will say that he's not saying a thing or that he's pretending to not say a thing and instead is saying exactly said thing. It's kind of funny. He took the secondhand offense that time. This is not the first time he's literally done this exact thing, said this exact thing. He really has it out for Chris Christie. And it's funny because Chris Christie's an asshole, and so is Donald Trump. And I would like to see more of these people arguing with each other rather than trying to destroy democracy. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like we're going to be getting that. Oh, what is this error code? Go away. Oh, that's fine. I'm back here.
And you know what?
Now, besides just the joking of this, let's get to the actual important stuff. They are planning to not only go out of their way to take this election by force, by whatever means that they need, by whatever means that they deem as necessary, but also they're trying to steal the election in case they don't win. In case the flood of misinformation, the flood of fear-mongering, the pressure in the last month feels a lot like it did back in 2020. And back in 2020, a large part of why it got so heated, so dangerous towards the election and eventually ended up with an insurrection attempt on January 6th was because of Roger Stone. And so this is from Lauren Windsor. She's the journalist that we covered the leaked audio from Supreme Court Justices, I think it was Alito and Roberts. She was the one responsible for that. This is her and her team undercover in a event that Roger Stone was, I guess, speaking at on August 4th of this year. Now, a lot of people will claim that Roger Stone isn't involved anymore, that he's out of the limelight. Well, just as of a couple months ago, there are several clips here, by the way, and this is all incredibly important, but just sorry, that's loud.
Hey, so I just wanted to thank you again. I think we have a friend in common. Do you know Josh Standiford? We're working together on the Lion of Judah program.
Now, again, remember the person speaking you see here is the undercover journalist, I suppose. I don't actually know who the person speaking is. It doesn't particularly matter. They're working together here. But here we can see Roger Stone, and it'll be RS in the subtitles. Pay attention to what he says. He's very clear and he's very overt about what he means here. He's not hiding it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Doesn't sound familiar, bro. Oh, okay. Well, it's Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, with that audio.
In the swing states in Wisconsin. It's Oh, yeah. Turnout operation. Well, basically what it is we're recruiting people to work in election, in the polls, in the swing states in Wisconsin, Arizona, and Michigan. Right. And, basically getting people on the inside. So that's...
We know that they've been doing this and that they have already accomplished this in many districts all over the country. Remember, they are going to challenge the election results, and they're going to pretend that there was widespread election fraud, that undocumented immigrants were voting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a reason why Roger Stone was the one who came up with this idea in the first place of infiltrate the local election boards and refuse to certify that way, infiltrate the polls, have poll watchers taking photos of things that look suspicious to report to lawyers so that they could use them in lawsuits. This is all a game plan that's not new by any means. Hey, certified garbage, welcome.
And so then, the question from there is like, I mean, look, I appreciated your answer earlier tonight about what to do, but the fact
Hey, why are you buffering?
the matter is in 2020, like, we had control and they were able to take it from us. So my question is how, with them in control, how...
We never really had control.
What do you
Donald,
mean?
I was indicted by Donald Trump's Justice Department.
Okay.
Donald Trump never controlled his Justice Department. Bill Barr was a traitorous piece of human garbage.
So, yeah, no, this crazy dude, this is, again, certified guard. This is just a couple months ago. He's in this. We've reached levels of Hitler unseen since Hitler in the United States at this point. And remember, it is kind of the United States which inspired Hitler. So that's saying something. But what he's saying here is we never had total control is true. Remember back in 2016, very close to the election, we knew what Donald Trump wanted to do. The rhetoric was very similar to what it is now. The issue that happened, well, he did go to jail, but he came out of jail. What happened was once they got into power, they couldn't make the changes that they wanted to because there were bureaucrats, appointed officials, elected officials that stood in their way. There was systems in place that prevented them from doing the fascist takeover they want to do now back in 2016. And since then, they've systematically worked against every single one of these systems that were in place. They hold the Supreme Court, got rid of Chevron. They have, Project 2025 lays it out pretty clearly in getting rid of the administrative state, in purging Schedule F employees. This is the plan because this is exactly what stopped them from doing this last time. I will stand by what I said back in 2016, and if given the chance then, they absolutely would have made death camps. They got pretty close to it. Remember, we had children in cages. They will make death camps. The rhetoric that we've seen just in the last couple of days, eugenics, genes, bad immigrants, the enemy from within, it's verbatim Hitler rhetoric. And I have so many clips of exactly this. Now, do I think that it's worth fact-checking all of these people and all of these videos? I used to, but it feels difficult to assign any worth to fact-checking when the people who will see it are the people who already believe the truth, that no objective reality, that aren't in the MAGA cult, whereas it will never reach the MAGA cult. And if it did, they would just ignore it anyway. There is this widespread disbelief in any institution, in any system, in scholarly academia, in objective reality, photos, videos. They will question literally everything. This anti-intellectualism is, this is not the first time we've had this problem. This is not the first time we've had this debate in the United States. The argument that epistemology is not the gathering and coalescing of knowledge is not real, and that it's really elites that are making things up to lie to you, is, again, another accusation in which they are making a confession.
Cocaine for the butchers into Arkansas.
Bill Barr?
Yeah, read my book.
Oh,
He's a
okay.
piece of shit. He's a CIA general counsel. He's a piece of shit. Trump read a law review article, never checked his background.
Bill Barr was a piece of shit. Just the reason that he's calling him a piece of shit is entirely different than the real reason that he was a piece of shit. Again, these people will instantly demonize anybody that is a opponent to them politically, socially. It is part of the ideology. Roger Stone is a Nazi, and I mean, this is the type of people.
He has to go to prison.
These are the type of people.
Yeah, but how are we going to get back in if they're in control right now and we're on the outside?
They're about 50% likely to actually get in.
First of all, it's a state question. It's not a federal question. So it's not who controls the
Here we go.
federal government. It controls the state government. They use the Justice Department to harass you when you're in office, but this is about an election.
They use the Justice Department to harass you when you're in office. As in, when you try and do illegal things, the Justice Department will stop you.
You gotta fight it out on a state-by-state basis. Look, you've got the worst.
But how do we do that? If we couldn't do it the last time, do we have anything?
Very clear, we did nothing in 2020.
Okay.
We did nothing. Zero.
Okay.
Zero. I mean,
Well, come on, we did some.
Very, very
We
little.
filed, what, how many lawsuits did we file?
the 62, and you know how
Exactly.
many of them were heard?
Yeah.
Zero.
Well, how do we get them heard, though?
So that's not a question of you didn't have the evidence. No,
Well, right.
The evidence was never weighed.
Again, I've explained this before. The reason that these cases were dismissed is because they didn't actually have any evidence to point to, and they've learned their lesson. Now they are producing news articles, statements regarding claims of fraud that now they can go to court and they can point to these things and they can say, well, look, we were worried about it before the election and we're still worried about it now, which is enough justification for a court to probably take a look at it. Whereas our job in this case, we're back in 2020, our job as the American government, the American people, was to prove that this was not real, that these claims were falsified. And they had no evidence to back their claims, so that was very easy. Now we have to prove that these things that they are pointing to are not what they say they are, and really that there is no evidence of fraud, which puts us in the position of having to prove something that doesn't exist, which is much more difficult when they at least will point to something. The idea, going back to what he said about the judicial system, or sorry, the Justice Department will prosecute. The Justice Department doesn't harass political officials and appointees for fun. Their literal job is to administer justice, the law. Their job is to look for people breaking the law and to give them consequences, to stop them from breaking the law. Of course, these people love to break the law. People like Roger Stone want the law entirely broken so that they could rebuild it according to them. They believe they should be above the law. This is again, clear one-to-one parallel with Nazis, in which when they took power in Nazi Germany, I think it was like 1933, they changed the laws to allow them to do things that they weren't allowed to do before. This isn't even conspiratorial. This is just following the train of thought that they themselves are putting out.
Never looked at.
But what's going to stop them from doing the exact same play again?
They may try, but at least this time they'll have an effort. But the last time,
What's the effort?
the effort?
Yeah.
We're already in court in Wisconsin. We're already in court in Wisconsin. We're already in court in Florida.
What are we doing there?
They're already in court in Georgia as well. He's not wrong here that they are well prepared to steal this election. But they might not even need to. They might just win outright because of all the misinformation.
Them to take dead people off the voting roll.
Okay, but sure, but
Sure.
is that really going to stop them from taking the election? Let's face it.
Remains to be seen.
I mean, I don't want to be cynical or anything.
This
but
dead
dead
people on the
that you
voting
talk about
rolls
Kennedy,
thing
dead people
keeps
who've
coming
been
up.
long before Kennedy, right?
It will not be easy. But
Do we have anything going for us that I can tell my friends that we've got a hope to cling on to, that these fuckers aren't going to steal this fucking election?
Oh, come on.
told you several things that we're doing.
Well, yeah, but come on. We
Not a
need.
magician.
Is it right? But do we have a magician? Do we have?
There is no magician.
We have an alien cannon somewhere out
you have
there.
to fight it out on a state-by-state basis, but you have to be ready.
Right.
When they throw us out of Detroit, you go get a court order, you come in with your own armed guards, and you.
When they throw us out of Detroit, you go get a court order, you come in with your own armed guards. First of all, what court order are you talking about here that is going to give you the right to go into a polling center or the election board and bring armed guards to dispute the election? Regardless of whether any court, which I would argue none, would ever allow this or not, this is objectively a militaristic fascist takeover of an election process in order to supplant democracy. When they get thrown out of Detroit, as in, one of many options, either they lose and the election board staff are like, no, we're not gonna refuse to certify. We will certify the election. Is an example let's go off of. Let's say even the Republicans they have in there, they're like, no, it's too obvious, we're going to certify. Well, then his outcome here that is planned out well in advance, again, this is in August, is to come in with armed guards, dispute the counting of ballots, the election process, the certification, whatever it is, and to supplant democracy. There's no other way to categorize this. It's just what he said.
Dispute it. Instead, our guys just left.
Well, that's what line that you have. That's what we're working on. We're getting.
Oh, so apparently, so this was back in 2020. They should have done that and allowed them to count 300 ballots. Literally, what he's saying is we should bring armed guards into the polling station and stop them from counting ballots so that we win. Here's what scares me about this, right? Fascists, Nazis, authoritarians of all up and down the spectrum. They will dog whistle, they will use euphemisms, they will try and hide their actual beliefs because they know that their beliefs are heinous and that they're incredibly unpopular. When the fascist stops using the euphemisms, stops feeling the need to dog whistle, that's because they feel like they don't need to anymore. Why would they feel like they don't need to anymore? Because they're seeing that their base is totally on board with the full fascist authoritarianism, with the Nazi ideology, which they were, even back in 2016, they were. It's just become more and more overt, and it's getting scary. I mean, Roger Stone is the guy who invented Stop the Steal. He came up with the idea back in 2016 in case they lost then, and was the reason. He is primarily one of the main architects of the environment in which January 6th happened. Now, Roger Stone didn't do January 6th. I'm pretty sure he didn't actually want January 6th to happen because the man's not an idiot and knew that that was going to fail and was going to make things harder for them. It was very poorly planned. It was poorly executed. It was over relatively quickly. This is not what was his plan. But the idea of Stop the Steal was absolutely what led to January 6th happening. America is moving way more right, I think. I don't know. So it's hard to tell certified garbage. The recent polls are showing that Trump has gained some ground. Now, again, these polls don't actually make sense, right? I mean, they possibly do, but if the polls are correct in that people like what's been going on in the last week, then we're cooked. There's nothing else we can do at that point. That means they're fully on board. Now, fuck, I'm gonna be jumping around a bit. There is a system in place that has been used previously to consolidate power in the Nazis. We can apply it to exactly what they're doing now. So first off, we just saw, I mean, this is a 6.5 minute video. We're only about 3 minutes in. There's still more of this. They are outright spelling out. Just a second ago, Roger Stone was talking about bringing armed guards into polling centers to stop people counting votes. Don't read the polls, certified garbage. First off, it's just the general averages of the polls that matter, not the individual polls. It's the directions that they're going and the patterns and themes in them. But also, we're in an environment now that, think about how polls work, right? You get a phone call, you get an email, you see something online, and you answer some questions about it relating to politics. Most of these are done via phone call still. The online polls are heavily skewed in the favor of the right wing because they use bot networks and it's just more difficult to verify. So a lot of these phone call polls are what we rely on. Imagine the type of person that's in their mid-20s, early 30s that will answer the phone when A, just they're called by a number they don't recognize, but then B, sit on the phone and conduct a poll on their opinions. It feels like these people might be leaning very heavily in one direction just to start off with. I can't see a lot of young left-leaning people taking the time to do that. The polls could be very, very wrong in that they're skewed because of the demographics of people who are taking them, about how, I mean, again, just in a normal context, how you phrase the question in a poll can determine how someone is going to answer. They're useful tools to have, to glance at, to look for patterns, but to rely on, no, not really. But they are indeed worrying, because if those polls are true, and if America is really moving that far to the right, the Nazis have basically won. I really hope it's not.
What would you be doing differently, per se?
I think the president...
Wait, actually, before we continue with this, I do also want to add in that the media is entirely complicit in spreading this idea of the average American is moving to the right. Even so-called unbiased, centrist appearing media, the CNN, the AP even, will oftentimes report as if this is a phenomena that's happening in a vacuum, that's influenced by Donald Trump specifically, not the entirety of the Republican Party, and that Americans are moving in this direction because they look at it and they like it and they believe it. That's not true. If Americans are shifting to the right, it is because they are being inundated with propaganda from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed, and any meaningful challenge of said propaganda did not occur, and still oftentimes does not occur, to the point where it is now set in these people's minds. It's very difficult to argue. I mean, you can't really argue someone out of a conspiracy theory. And all these people believe now are conspiracy theories. I feel like a conspiracy theorist saying half the shit that I do say. The only difference is it's just, you can't even call it because a conspiracy requires you to have to, I don't know, think and connect the dots. They're just saying these things. They're not hiding it. It's not something that you have to puzzle out. Well, I mean, after the first assassination attempt, certified garbage, we all thought, oh shit, okay, it's over. But then a week after that, Joe Biden stepped down and that shook the race back up a bit. Yeah, exactly. And had we not switched out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris, we'd be in a significantly worse position than we are in now. But we're not in this is at best a coin flip election. It's scary, you know? Let's finish listening to these Nazis talk. Today is me yelling about Nazi Day. Tomorrow is my birthday, and so I will be streaming, but we will be playing Pokemon.
Job on a number of things. But in 2020, Jared Kushner's a real estate developer. What does he know about this?
Yeah, no shit, right?
I don't care
What was
who
that
married.
idiot?
What do you know about this? You know nothing about this.
I can't say, Jared Kushner, I don't know what to make of that
Doesn't
dude.
know anything.
I'm asking you because
why does it have to be him?
you're messaging
why
freaking
shouldn't
genius.
black people who are supporting him be the people who question?
Now, racism is, of course, a huge part of the GOP's messaging, but also of the general ideology that they are being fed right now. It, again, just Nazi ideology. I'm going to keep saying this, and
You can vote. I mean, I think what President Trump did the other day at the Black Journalist
hey, happy
Conference
early birthday.
was
Your birthday, certified garbage, is the day after the election? Geez, that must suck. At least this year. Either it's going to be a really fun birthday, or it's going to be a really bad one. That's unfortunate, man.
like by design, and I think it was really smart.
He needed to be said.
Right? But but I mean, the question is does it stick? Do people realize?
No, it's going to have to be repeated by others. But
What do we repeat? That's what I am asking you, because
why does it have to be him?
you're a messaging
Why
freaking
shouldn't
genius.
black people who are supporting him be the people who question whether she's black? Wouldn't that make a lot more sense?
Black people who are supporting him questioning that she's black? Well, how do we find those people?
And here we can see a very clear strategy of dividing not only us by social groups and class, which they already have succeeded in doing, but now dividing people within their own ethnic groups to create tension and to draw attention away from them. If there are black Republicans arguing with black Democrats over whether Kamala Harris is black, then they're not focusing on the fact that these are fucking Nazis trying to steal the election.
It's being done every day. You must not be reading.
Well, no, I mean, but nothing's sticking.
Certified garbage, I'm hoping for another one of those elections this year.
So do you think
You're in the eye of the storm. You couldn't poll right now anyway.
That's the one thing I will agree with him on, is you can't really poll right now anyway. Now, oh God, why are these so loud?
Okay, so I've heard you talk many times. We even danced in Flagler County. Yeah, but
You really cut her up.
so did you. So my question is, what are we going to do to prevent them from stealing this election in Florida? Or
Says the
anywhere?
people actively stealing the election.
There's more going on than you think. That's the good news. Yes, it is important. It is important to turn out, register, identify, and turn out as many voters as possible. So those who say make it too big to risk.
JD Vance is fucking creepy and is absolutely a Nazi. Make no mistake, JD Vance is the next Fuhrer. If Trump wins. The plan is for him to be next in line. Go back and watch the VP debate and just listen to JD Vance talk. He doesn't acknowledge any of the questions. He's not even debating Tim Walz there. He's just doing an audition to be the heir to the throne.
To beat the steal, those are all legitimate things, and that does need to be done. But there's more that needs to be done. We need, for example, to clean our voting lists.
Purge eligible voters who would vote Democrat and will no longer be able to vote, a thing that they do in literally every state that they can.
That I support, you know those great folks. They have done an excellent job of using a program to go through all 15 million Florida voters, and they have found over 1 million undeliverable addresses. Now they're going one by one to the county boards of elections to...
Undeliverable addresses. Now, does that mean the person moved? This is literally just Roger Stone breaking down in a private talk that he did with conservatives on how they're going to systematically steal the election. They're phrasing this as protecting the election from being, yes, it's spy bits, essentially. It's an undercover journalist listening to them talk, asking them questions. It's the same person who was responsible for the Supreme Court audio leaks. Going one by one to county board of elections to have those people removed. Some counties are refusing, and they will find themselves in court. 67 counties, I believe 61 have cooperated. You can guess they're the ones that won't cooperate, the big counties by Democrats. People don't even speak properly. So there's a massive effort to clean out the voting rolls, as in get rid of Democrats who were able to vote. Even in many cases, we will have to go to court to get it done. Chain of custody of mail-in ballots where they're legal. They can't pop up out of nowhere. They can't disappear. Mail-in ballots is, again, a thing that they're pointing to, saying that this is a cause of fraud. Donald Trump was talking about it just yesterday. Meanwhile, they also, Trump at the very least voted by mail not all that long ago. And there's no evidence that mail-in ballots are actually a cause for concern, but whatever. They're just going to say it and they can lie. Again, it's not even worth fact-checking at this point. I'm just using this now to build a foundation on the, should you vote, voting, that's a good question, actually. Honestly, vote absentee is probably my best guess. If you can do early voting, go vote now, because I wouldn't want to be in line at a polling place on election day with the Nazis walking around, which we know that they will be because they're having poll watchers all over the place. I wouldn't feel safe. So probably, look, as long as you're voting, you guys, please vote. This might be your last chance to do that. Right, and whatever. He finishes off with talking about imprisoning federal court judges. Let's get to the actual meat of the pie. Just a weird thing that I just said. And let's talk about some of the things that Donald Trump has been saying. Now, I have a lot of clips here, as you can see. I was wrong in when I had said in the past that I don't think Donald Trump is a Nazi. I thought everyone around him is a Nazi, but he himself has not bought into this belief system. I now believe that I was wrong. But before we do that, before we talk about this, everything that he's been saying recently, let's just have a look at what the Nazis did to consolidate power. Just a quick look around. Now, obviously, there was the burning of the Reichstag, which was used as a justification of the terrorists are coming. They will, it created panic. That the Nazis used the atmosphere of panic to their advantage, encouraging anti-communism by, blaming this on the communists, when in fact, it was likely them that did it. Do we know that it was them? One or the other. Goering declared that the communists had planned a national uprising to overthrow the Weimar Republic. This hysteria helped people turn the public against the communists, one of the Nazis' main opponents. Now, obviously, they went after the communists first, because if you explain to people class consciousness and you get people to start talking about that, it kind of goes directly against what the Nazis want people to believe. Well, hold on to that thought, certified garbage. Now, so what happened after this, right? 1933. The emergency decree for the protection of the German people was passed. This is a emergency powers that were given to the government to suspend democratic aspects of the Weimar Republic and declared a state of emergency. Now, this decree gave Nazis a legal basis for the persecution and oppression of any opponents who were framed as traitors to the Republic. People could be imprisoned for any and no reason. This decree removed basic personal freedoms, such as freedom of speech, right to own property, etc., etc., etc. Now, I wonder if maybe we could consider a world where something like, I don't know, the Patriot Act was taken by these, by the Nazis in the United States and built upon to create a system in which they could suppress people. Well, Donald Trump just today was talking about how he would like to imprison political opponents. We have all the clips to go through. All of these is just Nazi things, just Nazi shit that he was saying. Now, it didn't just end with these powers, obviously. Then we get to the election. We get the election of 1933. The election of 1933, in which the paramilitary, the stormtroopers, I don't know how to pronounce the essays, something, ran a violent campaign of terror against any and all opponents of the Nazi regime. Many were terrified of voting at all, and many turned to voting for the Nazi party out of fear for their own safety. Yeah, just essay. It's just easy to call it that. Now, we're talking about Nazi groups like, just look at 2020. They literally had neo-Nazis, paramilitary neo-Nazis walking around looking at, the being poll watchers. You think they're not going to do that again? You think that there aren't significantly more paramilitary type Republicans that are going to be standing outside of polling places with their guns, most likely, and be questioning people for ID, for harassing people that are look like they're immigrants, just people of color, harassing queer people? This is one-to-one. Every single election that we've had since 2016, there have been evidence of people like this out trying to interfere with the elections. It's going to be a lot worse this time. This is their shot. They're shooting their shot, and they have a pretty good chance of it. They're not going to hold back. Now, we'll come back to this because I want to go part by part. The other really big thing that they did, indoctrinating the youth. This was the other secondary, this was one of the base concepts of the society the Nazis wanted to build. Yeah, certified garbage, I would be too. A lot of the cops are Republicans. Well, just keep watching. Indoctrinating the youth, right? I just want to touch on this point real quick because it's going to relate to the next clip that we're going to watch. Republicans love to talk about how Democrats are indoctrinating children, how, queer teachers are transing your kids' gender in school without your consent. That's what Donald Trump says. This is, in fact, a method of them convincing you to give them the power to indoctrinate your children. They are the ones that want to indoctrinate your children. They want you to stop teaching them, I don't know, human rights, empathy, mental health well-being, class consciousness, very just basic human empathy even. They want to take this, and I mean, look at what they're doing with school systems all over the country. One of the main things that they actually managed to accomplish over the years was a push to ban books in schools, was the defunding slowly, and I mean, in their plan of Project 2025, entirely of public education to make people rely more on a private education. And private education tends to be religious education because obviously there is the Christian nationalist right that is very closely intertwined with the Nazi right rather. And beyond this, they also just want to defund the Department of Education so that you can't send your kids to a public school. If you're poor, then your kid either gets no education or a very poor education that is only that bad because all of the money out of that school system was siphoned and put into the pockets of rich people, into private schools, in which they can teach whatever the hell they like, in which they want to build Hitler's youth, essentially. Now, going back to grooming children, right? This is the kind of rhetoric that Donald Trump likes to spout. There is, again, no evidence that any of what he's saying here is true, none whatsoever, but it doesn't matter because the facts don't, no one cares. No one cares. He says it and it's close enough to truth. It doesn't matter whether you can back it up. It doesn't matter how harmful it is. Oh, oops.
How about that one? Your child
What?
goes to
Whatever.
your child goes to school and they take your child. It was a he and comes back a she.
Yes, they take your child.
And they do it.
And they do it. I mean, look, I don't need to go into why this is bad. Obviously, first of all, I mean, it's a lie to start off with, but this is how they fearmonger. They will use not just hyperbole, but just make up the craziest shit. They will take any actual instance and blow it out of proportion as well, because the more fear that they can induce in the population, the more likely it is that what they want to do will be greeted with a more receptive attitude of, hey, look, we're here to protect your children, when they are very much not. Again, this is a thing where the media is absolutely complicit. God damn, I hate Twitter so much. The media is absolutely complicit because, yes, we call this out. Yes, CNN and NBC and all of them will say, you know, this is not true. I mean, Fox News is a whole other story, but they'll say that this isn't true. They'll have a segment or two about it, but they won't talk about the literal exterminationist rhetoric that the right has towards trans people. And we forget that not all that long ago, within my lifetime, this exact rhetoric was pointed, although albeit less severely, towards just gays in general. They switched to trans people when gay marriage became legal because it was just unpopular and difficult to do. Now, going back to the authoritarian ways in which they are trying to ensure they get to control the systems and they get to be in charge and they get to steal the election. No, you can object to what I said as long as you're just not. Don't defend Nazis, like actual Nazis. You can make an argument and say that I am wrong about what I'm saying, as long as it is an actual objection. There's an actual argument. There's a reason for what you're saying. I'm not you don't need to worry about being banned unless you're just outright defending Nazis. You saying before that not everything the Nazis did was bad was not useful, was wrong, and was just defending Nazis for the sake of defending Nazis. If you have an actual objectionable point.
Defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections like they've never been secured before.
AKA, you can't be racist on the internet, and it's the free speech has been taken away from you because you can't be an open, objective Nazi, which is just wrong because you can, and also that we're going to steal the election. It's just, oh yeah, and your religious liberties, and that, you know, Christianity has to take over America. No one does everything wrong. Okay, sure, but what benefit does it have for you to be pointing out things that you consider the Nazis did well or right when I'm sitting here talking about how these people want to build death camps in America? Your point may factually even be correct in some way. I don't care. I don't care. The Nazis were evil. Evil people sometimes can do not entirely 100% evil things. Doesn't make them any less of a demon. It doesn't mean that I should care about, you know, their feelings and their beliefs, and that I should somehow defend their actions. There's none. There's no reason to believe that. And again, look, Donald Trump has shown time and time again where he is absolutely on board with authoritarian behavior. And we see it all the time in how he defends foreign leaders and how he talks about foreign leaders, specifically authoritarian ones. Yeah, cool, they did some science stuff, certified garbage, but I mean, think about how they got to some of these scientific achievements. The Nazis are bad because they were exterminationists. They were bad because they were hateful. They were bad because they were genocidal. They were bad because they were not good for humanity. Can we agree on those points? Yeah, I feel like once you get to putting people in death camps, then anything good that you may have done becomes kind of moot. You know, it doesn't matter. You have undid all of the good that you could have or may have possibly done by doing death camps.
Myself, somebody said, what kind of a man is he? He's a fierce person. He is. He's a very smart guy. I hate to say brilliant because every time I call him brilliant, the press says, he said the president, well, he is a brilliant guy. Got 1.4 billion people. He rules it with an iron fist, and the press gets upset when I say he's a smart man.
He rules it with an iron fist, and the press gets upset when I say he's a smart man. Does this sound like someone who wouldn't rule with an iron fist?
I would think he's a smart man, but actually, he's somebody that we can. The worst people are the enemies from within, the sleazebags, like a guy that you're going to elect.
You guys understand that enemies from within is like a verbatim quote from Adolf Hitler, right? This idea of they're already here. We need to crack down on thought, political ideology, on dissent. All of that comes from this, there are enemies within. Now we're at enemies are within and without, because the immigrants are flooding in, the foreign countries are sending their immigrants to us, and suddenly now we have the enemies from within trying to, I mean, it's, how do you see this and not relate it directly to what it is, in that this is Nazi shit?
Elect to the Senate, enemies from within, the sleazebags, like a guy that you're going to elect to the Senate, Shifty Adam Schiff. He's a sleazebag. No, this guy. No,
Exactly.
He's a major lowlife.
The one-to-one playbook of fascism. In fact, I would go further objectively, that this is just the Nazi playbook, not just the fascist playbook is over on the shelf. We have Project 2025, which is the new and improved Nazi playbook. It takes literally every bits of tactic that were used by the Nazis and grows them, builds upon them, expands them. What are you supposed to, oh my fucking God, I literally just refreshed all of these too. What about Israel? Are they allies or not? I read, well, okay, I have not actually looked into news around Israel for the last couple days because it's incredibly depressing because, you know, the whole, there's now a second genocide thing. They are allies depending on who you ask. They're not good allies. They're also essentially Nazis. They are acting also very much like Nazis. So I guess to someone like Donald Trump, yes, they would be an ally. To the United States State Department, yes, they're an ally. Again, at the moment, at least, I don't know about after something like Project 2025, but the president doesn't really decide foreign policy. The State Department does. Whereas that could change. But no, Israel is not a good ally to the United States, at least not the one that I believe in, not the freedom-loving, I don't know, empathy, just regular fucking people, man. You know what I mean? I don't know how to refer to these these concepts anymore. It's just demons and regular people on one side. Here.
Hey, Gavin, if you don't do it, we're not giving you any of that fire money that we send you all the time for all the forest
literally
fires.
like perfect timing on pressing play on that video. Do what I want, or I'm not going to give you federal aid to fight the wildfires that are getting worse and worse and will continue to get worse because of my drill baby drill policy. Well, that is a long text. Okay. Good guy, Dari, I need you to understand something. This is going to be a bit off topic here, but gender is a social construct. It's not real. It doesn't exist outside of in your head and in the social interactions between, well, so no, Mopar, because intersex is sex, not gender. Your sex and your gender are two different things. Your physical sex is a physical attribute that you are born with. Your gender has nothing to do with it at all. Your gender is how you feel like is the correct way to engage with the social norms that are generally attributed to one of the many, the social norms attributed to a sex. It's how a person feels like they relate to these social norms, how they would like to be seen by other people in relation to those social norms. As in, let's take the example that you gave of a young person who was born as a girl and is now a trans man. This is not because of any physical thing. It is, they feel that they relate more to the roles and expectations that are assigned to men in society. And they not only relate to them more, but can see themselves engaging with those roles in a more authentic way. That's all it is. Now, you can't trans someone's gender, all right? This idea that the Republicans will put out of their being influenced in school is just social. It's just social degeneracy theory. They talk about this as if it's a viral infection, and that having contact with someone that's trans will make you and your kids trans. This is, sorry, social contagion theory, not social degeneracy theory. They just think the degenerates are contagion. I don't even know what you mean by the two gender theory stuff. Like, what I would, I mean, look, it's been a while since I was in school, and this was not really like an issue back when I was in school. No one really gave a shit too much. Like, we had trans people in my school, and no one, it's not like they didn't get bullied. Obviously they did, but they weren't outcasts. I don't think that a person's beliefs are contagious, Dari. Your beliefs are based on how you want to engage with the world. The idea of social contagion is, again, another Nazi theory. This is exactly what the Nazis believed. That was what they pushed, is these degenerates need to be removed from society because they risk spreading their degenerate ideals and their degenerate beliefs to other upstanding German citizens. It's exactly what they did. It's just another example. Realistically, someone's gender should not matter to anybody except that person in their head. It's not real. It's not a physical thing. It's a social construct that we choose to interact with in the way that we do. You could just choose to interact with trans people like you would interact with non-trans people, which is the preferable option, obviously. And by doing so, it is not a problem anymore. There is nobody trying to groom your children to be trans. There are, however, rich and powerful groups, as well as media officials, media personalities, influencers, political officials, political operatives who will go out of their way to try and increase their ability and the ability of those who support them to groom their children. The right wants to groom children. The right wants to fix the queer Zoomers, to make them Christian, and to, bring back strong men, and get kids breeding when they're adults. Like, this is the kind of shit that they're talking about on the right. It's not only creepy and insane, but it is objectively Nazi shit. All right, you know what? Oops, what's gonna happen again? We got a lot of clips to get through here. Here we go, the mail-in voting.
But they take
Mail-in
ballots,
voting is rigged, says man who voted by mail.
they just send them all over the place. They come back and they say, oh, somebody won by 5 million votes. And it's so corrupt, so corrupt. But you're going to have Shifty Adam Schiff, one of the true, I know him well, because he conceived of the Russia hoax, right? The
Russia hoax, yeah. The Russia hoax where the Russia hoax where even just like this year there was a sentencing of a official that was working with the Trump campaign to funnel money from the Russians to the Trump campaign in 2016. We covered it, I think, last stream. Yeah, sure, Russia hoax, of course. Oh, and by the way, even back in 2016, we did find evidence that Russia interfered with the election. We just didn't find evidence that Donald Trump personally was working with the Russians. Although, he did send Putin COVID tests, and test machines rather, while Americans couldn't access COVID tests and were dying. So I feel like maybe that's also a decent indicator of where the story may have actually gone. They'll call everything a hoax unless it's directly beneficial to them. I mean, look at what happened with the hurricanes. Just the Jews and the Democrats are working together to control the weather, I guess. I would like to stream more often, Dari. I really would. I'm trying to get into the habit of it, but I have a lot of chronic pain, and so the 3-day-a-week schedule that I have is what I try and stick to, and a lot of the times it just doesn't tend to work out. Ideally, I the more I do this and the more I get used to it, I'd like to stream at least a bit every day of the week. 5 days a week would be nice. This is fun. I enjoy, discussing the end of democracy. I don't know. Tomorrow we're going to try a whole different kind of stream in which I'm going to play video games because it's my birthday and I don't want to be talking about this stuff. So we got to get through all of the important shit today so that we can play video games tomorrow. But trust me, I am trying to make the streams more frequent as much as I can.
A stupid guy, but he's a sick puppy, that guy. And because
Okay. Boring. So this one, don't care. Changing my mind as we go. Obviously, Elon Musk does have quite a lot to do with all of this, but we're not there yet. Right, okay, let's get into the eugenics discussions. So this is from 2020, just to show that this isn't a new thing. And this is where I say that I was wrong, because I did claim on multiple occasions that I don't think Donald Trump personally is a Nazi, that I think the people around him are Nazis, and that he's just like an old New York billionaire who is anti-Semitic in the way that people were, and is just openly racist and authoritarian. No, the further we look into, I mean, again, 2020.
And Secretary Eugene Scalia. That Scalia has very good genes. Where's Scalia? He has very good genes, that guy, I'll tell you. Scalia, he's got the Scalia genes, right?
I mean, Scalia was a piece of shit, but...
all know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Guy, I'll tell you. Scalia, he's got the Scalia genes, right? We all know what that means.
This tweet down here actually gets it pretty on point. Scalia genes, total asshole with little regard for humanity. But again, that was from 2020. We're going to see a lot more of this. There have been multiple instances over the years, and people have pointed it out for years, that Donald Trump will make comments that are eugenics-based regularly. And again, this is where I fault the media in being complicit for this, is it just moves on with the news cycle. Even back in 2016, Donald Trump would say some crazy shit. We would see it on the news. We would have the pundits talk about how this is bad and this is crazy. And then everyone would pretend that it didn't happen the next day when he went to the new crazy thing. It was partially a concerted effort and strategy by Donald Trump and his administration to drown out the media with as much as they could to make everything feel less consequential. And it worked. But it worked because we let it work.
They were tough and they were strong. You have good genes, you know that, right? You have good genes. A lot of it's about the genes, isn't it? Don't you believe? The racehorse theory, you think was so different? You have good genes in Minnesota.
He was talking about this again very recently. Again, this is from 2020. The racehorse genes, this is literally just, you breed two bad people and you get a bad person. You breed two good people and you breed good people. Saying this to a crowd of white people in, Minnesota? In Minnesota. And this isn't normal. We pretend like this is. Even back then in 2020, we knew that this was not normal. This was getting closer and closer to the election. They were being louder and louder with their Nazi views because, the Nazis were a very active part of the base back then, and yet they still are. In fact, they're even more emboldened now, but this was part of that concerted effort to build that momentum behind the Nazis. And we should have, not we had the Southern strategy, kind of, yeah. And when I say we should have been, I mean the media should have been screaming at the top of their lungs This man is talking about eugenics. Here's what eugenics is. Let's show some graphs of what Nazis used to believe. Why they believed it. We failed to do this. And by failed, I mean the media allowed this to go unchallenged because Donald Trump was good for their views. And then we got kids in cages. Sorry, actually, this was after the kids in cages. But then we got January 6th.
And I said to him, you know, Ronnie, I'd like to take a cognitive test. I never heard of it before, but whatever it is. I like tests. I've always liked tests. Tests are very interesting. And, you know, I had an uncle. He's the longest serving professor, Dr. John Trump, in the history of MIT. Same genes. We have genes. We're smart people. We're smart people.
Smart people genes. Again, like we see this over and over and over again. And what's even worse than this is the Democrats, not the media. The media is fully complicit, but the Democrats are also complicit in that they will attempt to use reason when referring to Donald Trump to pretend that he's not just saying Nazi shit. Every time he talks about genes like this, why is Kamala Harris not screaming about Nazis? Because it would be rude? Because civility politics? Why? Why are Democrats held to such a unfathomably higher standard than Republicans are in how we engage with not only the media, but social media, with other politicians, in just the things that we say? Why are we held to such a high regard? Remember, after the first assassination attempt, it was, oh, Donald Trump was like almost assassinated because of the Democrats' rhetoric. Meanwhile, how many people are killed in America every year from right-wing like loons that go on shooting sprees? How many people are, how many migrants are being assaulted at the border by border security or by militias in Texas of, like, you know, the good old boys in their fucking pickup truck driving around the border looking for Mexicans to shoot. In their mind, this is totally normal, but what? Us calling Donald Trump a Nazi for objectively being a Nazi is somehow not allowed? Why? Why do we not make fun of these people constantly? Mock them. They mock us. Donald Trump is constantly mocking literally everybody that he has any sort of beef with, let alone just even sometimes people that he doesn't have. He just makes shit up about it. Why aren't we making fun of them? We make fun of Elon Musk, but that's just because he's such an easy target. It's hard not to. But we should be ridiculing them. We should be questioning their intelligence more so than we are. And again, by we, I mean elected Democrats publicly in the media. We are allowing this rhetoric to be normalized by pretending that it's not what it is. It's exterminationist, it's supremacist, it's Nazi ideology. Like, look back 2018.
Today, who have lost a loved one, I'd like to ask you
Actually,
to all
hold on.
please stand.
First of all, just wow, that's a lot more energy from that man. In what, 8 years ago? I'm sorry, 6 years ago. Wow, like that is a massive difference in just the first like 10 seconds of him talking, and his composure and his ability to speak and all of that. But that was just unrelated. Ignore that.
Please stand. You lost mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, sons and daughters. And America lost incredible heroes. But they will endure forever, forever and ever. You know that. They're going to endure forever. She's going to endure forever. She will endure forever.
Now, obviously, this was well back. He still had to pretend to at least be somewhat human and care about minorities back then, you know. Meanwhile, he would be sneering at these people with disgust behind the scenes. And we know this because of things that he has said well after, and even recently, the way that he handled himself in the interview with the room full of black journalists. He has a disdain for black people. Going back to his history, the Central Park Five, he even at the debates continued to defend the fact that he essentially ordered a hit on 5 innocent people back in the day just because they were black. He didn't let black people rent from his apartment buildings. We know these things. These are like substantiated facts.
In our memories and our hearts, and in the countless lives they touched through their courage and through their grace. Their legacy will never die. Your mom's legacy will never, ever die. You have good genes, right?
And here we come back to the genes.
The best genes I've ever seen.
This might be me reading into things a little bit, but I like to think that I can tell when someone's lying by their facial expression.
The best genes I've ever seen.
That just looks like someone who is uncomfortable with the thing that they just said.
In a moment, we will listen to the roll call. Legacy will never, ever die. You have good genes, right? Good genes. The best genes I've ever seen.
The rhetoric around eugenics obviously hasn't come out of nowhere and is now going to be applied, if I can get my mouse to work,
our families.
Is now being applied to migrants. Remember, was it 2 days ago when Donald Trump referred to migrants by saying that they were rapists and murderers because of their genes?
We will defend our territory, we'll defend our families, we will defend our communities, we will defend our civilization.
Yes, of course, again, must disasterize everything to continue to keep their population of supporters in fear of our culture is being attacked, our communities are being invaded, the language that is being used is a hyper-militarist rhetoric that is designed to appeal to a lot of the right-wing base of MAGA supporting men, which are a lot of times cops, retired cops as well, veterans from the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, and also just your average American white man. The idea of this kind of rhetoric is to convince these people that their base beliefs, their base ideology, their view of the world, their society, the people that they care about are at risk. And this is aimed at a particularly primed population of people who will just believe whatever they're told at this point. They don't require any evidence. And in fact, if you can manage to have a conversation with a MAGA cultist in which you can evidentiate to them and get them to accept that, I don't know, something that Donald Trump said was a lie, they will just shift their position to, yeah, but I'm okay with that. And either find a justification for it or just say that they're okay with it. This is, again, why I say, like, I don't feel like it's even worth fact-checking the lies anymore, because they're not going to listen to them. No one who is unaware of the facts is listening to me fact-check and is shifting their position enough that they wouldn't also do that by just looking at objective reality. If they can't look at something and see that it is fake or bad or just manufactured manipulation. Or even if they do and they go along with it, what are we fucking supposed to do? How are you supposed to fight the propaganda and the misinformation when this is the kind of shit they're hearing from the moment they get up until the moment they go to bed? And by they, I don't even mean the MAGA cultist. I just mean the average American now. Every day, whether you're politically inclined or not, whether you're a man, a woman, whether you're on social media, whether you watch TV, all of the media is somehow inundated with all of this. Anything that's a leisurely activity that isn't, I don't know, predominantly populated by left-leaning people, any tag on social media, just filled with Nazi propaganda every time. I mean, just look at sports and games content directed towards men being the funnel for just starting out at base misogyny and sexual insecurity to manosphere bullshit male supremacy to full-on Nazi pipeline. It's a concerted effort. None of this is happening by accident. These are all pieces that were built independently of each other, and some of which were built cooperatively by these groups, but are now being systematically arranged to create the conditions necessary for a Fourth Reich.
We will defend our civilization. We will not be conquered. We will not be occupied.
Who's fucking conquering us? We're the United States. First of all, no military in the world could touch us. We could annihilate any invading force with the very bare minimum of effort. Come on. Who's a risk to invasion? Obviously what he means here is that the migrants from the southern border are invading. And the word invasion, they'll take out and they'll put in, it doesn't, depending on the context, sometimes it's invasion because other countries are sending their, criminals and their mentally ill in through the southern border. Sometimes it's an invasion because, early on in the Gaza genocide, the idea was, Hamas is coming in through the southern border to do terrorism in America. They will find a reason to point to anything because it doesn't matter whether it's based in objective reality or not.
We will not be invaded. We will reclaim our sovereignty. We will reclaim our nation, and I will give back your freedom and give back your life. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda once and for all.
You guys hear this, right? Do I need to pull up a speech of Adolf Hitler with subtitles?
We will not be invaded. We will reclaim our sovereignty. We will reclaim our nation. And I will give back your freedom.
Reclaim our nation from what? Again, it's cut through the bullshit. What he's saying here is we will claim the nation. We will take the sovereignty. We will take your free speech away. We will give free speech to those who we agree with. What? We will not be invaded. I will give you back your freedom and your life. There's only one way to actually view this. Nothing that he says is objectively true. Obviously, the man is both an idiot and a liar. But in the same speech, you can find him contradicting himself. In fact, we're going to see it in a second. This was the Coachella speech, I believe. Just a couple days ago, or sorry, yesterday rather. Oh, goddamn. Here we go.
Disgusting illegal alien. who was let into the...
A disgusting illegal alien, just to start off with. I don't even know, do we need the rest of this? No, we don't. Just disgusting illegal alien.
United States.
The assigning of a feeling of disgust to what I would assume is just a person trying to have a better life by moving to another country, probably an asylum seeker. They're disgusting, not because they're illegal, because first, they're disgusting because they're a minority. Why would the fact that they're illegal be disgusting? It's the word choice, guys. You got to pay attention. And it's not that, I mean, a lot of the time he is just saying this shit, but people are in charge of writing his speeches, you know. He doesn't follow them entirely, but he does have a teleprompter. This is not just, he is dangerously stupid pre-breakfast banana, which, by the way, I love your name, but the people around him are not. This is again, a concerted active effort to dismantle any part that's left of our ability to recognize Nazi propaganda, Nazi rhetoric. They want you to be so afraid of immigrants that you, A, give them the election, but afterward, then you'll let them do anything they want. Remember, mass deportation is the key line that they have for their plan. You know, that's the big signs that they're holding up at the ban. Do you know what it would look like to try and deport 22 million people? Do you know the logistics required? Send me a link, good guy Dari.
Our country. She's letting in people who are going to walk into your house, break into your door, and they'll do anything they want. They'll do anything they want. These people are animals.
I mean, again, look, no evidence of any, he's not pointing to anyone specific. This is just broadly, these people are animals. They will come into the country and they'll come into your house and they'll do anything they want, means they'll rape and kill you. And then they're animals. This is verbatim Nazi stuff. This is just him being a Nazi and literally nothing else. And then let's have a look. What's Bernie Sanders doing? That's not Bernie Sanders talking. That's someone else. I want to listen to Bernie Sanders talk, not someone else. No. We are going to stick with me drilling home that these people are Nazis, and if they win, we will be getting a Fourth Reich. All right? Now, it's sad that this kind of talk is working. I wish as a country we could teach kids not to fall for this. Well, so pre-breakfast banana, it's working because this is all people see. There is no other media that you're getting unless you're online and, I don't know, watching people like me. But the average American gets their news from TV, from social media, from other people, and without a challenge to this kind of ideology, people are going to believe it. I genuinely don't think that democracy can survive this kind of propaganda anymore. I think the only real way to deal with this is to crack down on the people that are spreading it. It should be illegal to openly and objectively lie if you're a political operative, if you're an elected official, or if you're in the news media. I think the people that are putting in a deliberate and coordinated effort to spread this kind of ideology, both media officials, influencers, elected officials, political operatives, billionaires like Elon Musk, all of these people need to be arrested. I'm not even I haven't gotten started yet pre-breakfast banana. This is just some of the things that he has actually said. Then we're gonna compare it to what the Nazis actually did. It's not just like a regular parallel. It's not a comparison. It is one-to-one. There is genuinely, look, I made a list just yesterday, right? When I was thinking about what to say about this, of targets of propaganda. So who did the Nazis target with their propaganda? Broadly, overall. Well, it was Jews, it was queers, it was the disabled, it was the Romanis, it was political opponents, it was socialists and communists, obviously. It was what they considered as social outsiders, which is what I would say, I guess, people who didn't want to engage with the propaganda. Generally just people they considered degenerates. Oh, and of course, civilian dissenters. Now, if you look at the GOP's list of who has been targeted, well, we got, oh, sorry, did I add black people to the Nazi list? Because they were also in Africa. So, black Americans, Jews, immigrants, disabled people, women. Oh, sorry, yeah, also women in the Nazi side. They just did it a little differently. Also civilian dissenters, also political opponents, also the socialists and the communists, which they call Marxists, the mentally ill, which I would put in place to represent their version of social outcasts, in their mind at the very least, queers, and religious nonconformists. The list is essentially the same. In fact, the Republicans seem to have added a couple. Vance wants to take away gay marriage is such a small bit of what they want to do. They will take away gay marriage, by the way. They'll put the gays in a death camp pre-breakfast banana. I'm not exaggerating. They want to put the trans people in a death camp. Before gay marriage became legal, they used the same rhetoric that they use against trans people against gay people. They're degenerates. It's that they are socially contagious to other people. It's in Project 2025, good guy, Derry. That's the source. Just Project 2025 is their big evil plan that they managed to put into a document out for everyone to watch for some reason. And now, knowing everything that I just said, just listen to how he talks about what his plan to do about migrants in Aurora, Colorado is.
Expedite removals of Trende, Aragua, and other savage gangs. There are many savage gangs. MS-13 is probably even meaner. They don't like using guns. They like using knives. They cut up two young girls, beautiful young girls, walking to school in Long Island. They like Long Island for some reason, a lot of them. But
now, just acknowledge that this is classic fascist rhetoric. You see this all the time in how Israel talks about Palestinians and Lebanese and just generally brown people in the Middle East that are Muslim instead of Jewish. And it is they don't just say that this is a bad person, that this is they will go above and beyond to make this the most emotion evoking, the most fear creating, the most disgust. Geez, I really can't talk today. The emotions that they want to create require them to step on the gas, for them to depict people and actions as far worse than they are. Remember, we saw with the babies that were put in ovens, that was a claim that Israel made on October 7th, which was not true. In fact, was a thing that Israel had done to Palestinian children years and years beforehand. It is the same case here, in which they will take migrants that they already have a problem with, that they will already demonize, but it can't just be a regular old demonization. It has to be over the top. It has to be savages, animals. These people are the worst. You can't, Like, they will do unimaginable cruelty to you, not even just the regular. They need to do this every time because you can't allow people to view what you are, the people that you are saying this about, as human. You have to dehumanize them to the point in which it doesn't matter what you say. Those are just, in Donald Trump's own words, a dirty illegal immigrant. Or did he say filthy? One or the other. The point is, get people there. And to get people there, you go over the top as much as you can. It is, again, playbook fascism, playbook Nazism.
ICE got him out, largely got him out. But two beautiful young girls walk into school and they cut him up with knives. They cut him up into little pieces. Both of them died. They didn't want to use a gun because a gun's not painful enough.
They didn't want to use a gun because a gun's not painful enough. I mean, obviously, it's Donald Trump, so I'm just not going to take him at his word. I'm going to assume that he's lying and that, sure, two girls were murdered, and that's horrible. And then everything else, I will assume is fake until proven true. That's the way that we should be engaging with these people, by the way, is call out their lies, be more forceful, and don't pretend like these are the regular kind of politician. Don't pretend that they're not constantly lying to you. Don't treat what they're saying with civility and respect. They don't do it to you. Why are we doing it to them? No, this guy's a fucking liar. And given what I can imagine as a reasonable reality that could exist, a thing that could happen, sure, I'll very, very lightly just assume, okay, maybe some version of this may have happened, but also it may not have, in which you flip it to they are just lying until they substantiate it with evidence. It would be like Trump saying is a murder because someone white and his age murdered someone. Trump, what? It would be like saying Trump is a murderer because someone white and his, oh, sorry, a murderer. Well, I have news for you, pre-breakfast banana. Donald Trump is a murderer. He was the president of the United States. The man ordered the deaths of many people abroad via drone strike. So was Obama. But in what you're saying, yes, it's exactly the same. It's saying that these people are murderers because of their race and ethnicity, which we'll see in a second. He just outright says.
These are animals. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil.
Now, do you know what that is, guys? Do you know what the, what do you say it again?
Network operating on American soil. Target and dismantle every enemies. These are animals. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798.
The Alien Enemies Act of 1798 is the law that was used to do Japanese internment camps. That's just what it was. Yeah. When I say they want you in death camps, I'm not fucking exaggerating. When I call them Nazis, I'm not exaggerating. They're literally saying it out loud. The euphemism has died. They're not pretending. They're open and honest. He just said, I will use the law that we use to create concentration camps for the undocumented immigrants. That's just what he said.
To target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And we will call it Operation Aurora. That's what we're going to, in honor of the people that have suffered in Aurora.
Which, again, by the way, is a thing that was wildly filled with misinformation. I'll cover it in a second, but...
And if they come back into our country after we're going to throw them out so far, you wouldn't believe it. But if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. 10 years.
Remember, he's also talked about denaturalization, that is taking away your citizenship to deport you. Yes, this is terrifying. And I'm sorry, don't want to, be a doomer, but this is fucking terrifying. We're a month out from the election. Kamala Harris has pivoted to the center, and the right wing is doing a full-scale attempt to try and create the Fourth Reich. Well, no, Sifis, again, polls don't work the way that you think they do. First of all, just the way that you word a poll influences the outcome of the poll oftentimes. And I talked about this earlier in the stream, in that the types of people who are answering polls right now are usually particularly partisan. Most people don't want to answer a phone call and do a political poll, which is our most likely way, most accurate way of polling, because online polls are inundated with bots. And beyond this, a singular poll in any case does not matter. It's the broad trends within the polls. You view the polls as an aggregate and you find trends in them. Contrarian debater, maybe? Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be saying bad news, but the only way that I can see us, like, democracy surviving this, even in a case of Donald Trump losing, is by a concerted crackdown on the people that are deliberately spreading and coordinating these ideologies. And again, that means things that most Americans would not be in favor of. That means things like shutting down Fox News, for one. You should not legally be allowed to lie in the news media openly and for fun. I don't know, all the time. Like, I get occasionally someone says something incorrect. That makes sense. But I'm not even talking about media censoring. I'm not talking about misinformation laws. I'm just talking about making it illegal to objectively lie. Well, because step by step. I just want it to be illegal for politicians, first of all, to lie, which it's not. Politicians are allowed to lie to you. And I want it to be illegal for the news media to lie. Okay, it makes them money, but free speech isn't this blanket term. You know there are restrictions on free speech now, right? You know that free speech doesn't just mean you can say whatever the hell you want. There exists... give me a second. Find something. Aha, here we go. Well, yeah, Fox is... like, every single person at Fox is specifically culpable, and all of them should be in prison. All of them. The executives, every single person that was on Fox News as a pundit, whether or not they go to prison, whatever, I don't care. Investigate them all properly and charge them for crimes if they've committed them, which they surely have, because Fox News... Well, exactly, yes, they have argued that they're not even a news channel, that they're they should not exist. The Murdoch media, in general, is a blight on humanity and should be systematically removed like a cancer from the media environment. As well as, we could also do with some regulations into news media to, I don't know, make it so that it's not so profit-oriented. I'm not talking about state control of the media, which, to be fair, I am a socialist. I am in favor of, state control of all industry. But if we're sticking to the American brand of capitalism for the moment, at the very least, some actual regulation into how they're meant to behave. You don't have to censor people to stop them from lying and spreading dangerous information that gets people hurt and killed. We saw this with the hurricane. We see this all the time. Now, again, look, there are restrictions on speech that exist. You can't incite violence. You can't defame. You can't do, like, claim fraud and obscenity, child pornography, which I don't know how you would do in the form of speech, I guess. Yeah, okay, never mind. Like, all of these things are illegal. Fighting words, threats. You're not allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater. Why other media does not punish them? Lawyers have the bar, but I think the media lacks it. Well, yes, exactly. And that's what I mean by the media is complicit in allowing the spread of this ideology. The media, both the right-wing media, as well as anything that's not partisanly left, like me, like partisanly left, as in the right are evil Nazis. If you're not saying that, and again, I'm not saying all of the voters are Nazis, although quite a lot of them are, but I mean the Republican Party. If the media is not saying this, then they are complicit. I'm sorry, it's just that simple. We've had 8 years of this. It's not like this is new. It's not like people weren't calling Donald Trump a Nazi on day one, prior to day one, before he had even still won for the things that he was saying. And what, nothing has changed since then? And we call it out less and less. They've made it almost embarrassing to call these people Nazis because they're like, oh, you call everybody Nazis. You call everything Nazis and fascism. Well, then stop being Nazis and stop doing fascism, and maybe we won't have to keep doing that, Thank you for the follow. The idea of kowtowing to their to the way that they're trying to frame this, right? In fact, if they heard what I just said about censoring them in the media by arresting people like Tucker Carlson, like Donald Trump, like J.D. Vance, like Elon Musk, and putting them in prison for their objective crimes against humanity at this point for some of them, or desire to commit more crimes. Honestly, no, every single person I've listed has committed enough crimes that I think they should be in prison for the rest of their lives. But they will take that. Hey, sorry, cat nearly knocked my lights over. They'll hear me say that, and then they'll say, oh, well, you're trying to do fascism yourself, that this is you being an authoritarian, and that you're trying to censor my free speech. Yes, I am trying to censor your free speech, but I don't think that it's authoritarian or fascist to prevent the people who are creating the issue that is leading to the death of democracy from doing so. I don't know. I feel like maybe if we want to live in a democracy, we should defend it. I don't think that it's necessarily an authoritarian idea to stop the people that are constantly lying in order to overthrow government. The people who, I don't know, made a active, coordinated effort to do an insurrection and then continue to defend it to this day while still in positions of power in government and media. I feel like maybe that's enough to put these people in jail. Maddow once said she deliberately ignores talking about other media. I think it is wrong in a way that I would blame Maddow for willful ignorance. So Rachel Maddow is actually one of the few that I actually even like listening to in a way of like, we're watching political coverage of the news. She says things that are at least somewhat intelligent. But yes, you're absolutely correct. It is willful ignorance. You should be talking about other media. It's the civility of the left of, oh, well, Rachel Maddow on MSNBC can't be sitting there talking about Tucker Carlson being a Nazi because it's not civil and it's rude. The problem with defending democracy is it only works before the aggressors get into power. Yes, I mean, like now, right fucking now. Obviously this is not going to happen, but we need the FBI, the State Department. This is a national security issue. They're openly talking about internment camps. They're you sound like you listen to Tucker Carlson. You sound like you listen to Ben Shapiro, you little whingy shit. We need to get rid of these people now. Now. not tomorrow. And it's not going to happen because, again, the Jack Smith indictment is slated for after the election, where we know that they are cheating. I've covered it many a times. We saw the election boards in Georgia. We saw what they're doing in Nebraska. We see, well, how do we deal with this other than a violent well, not violent by us rather, but violent by the state, police violent crackdown, the I don't know, the fucking military. Again, this is a national security issue. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, you need some sort of fact checking if you're going to call yourself news. And there should be implementations to fact check the fact checking as well. We're talking about news media, a very historically easily corruptible system that is very heavily relied upon by the general public. There needs to be safeties put in place here. There needs to be watchdog groups that are, I mean, there already are watchdog groups. We just ignore them. There is no way out of this other than either they win and we die, or we remove their ability to spread their lies and their hateful ideology and their propaganda openly with no question. I'm not even saying that it should be illegal to say some of these things. I think that it's stupid and that it is wrong and that, I don't like that they say it, but you're allowed to be stupid sometimes. I just don't think media personalities and elected officials should be allowed to do it on purpose in, front of everybody, pretend that it's true, and then continue to do that until we've now entered a stage of anti-intellectualism that America hasn't seen since the 20s, in which no institution is trusted, in which no official is trusted unless they bend the knee to Donald Trump personally, and unless everything they say fits with the exact perfect worldview of their ideology. The combination of Trump and the recent Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court is how they plan to win if they lose pre-breakfast banana. They have 70 electors or more at this point all across the country, and they're in election God, Jesus Christ. They're in election board offices everywhere. We saw one go to prison not like all that long, a couple days ago, Tina Peters, for allowing Mike Lindell into a room that had voting machines in, and so that he could mess with the voting machines. We know that they're cheating. We know that there are electors that have refused to certify results in 2022 for the midterms and in 2020, and are saying that they will refuse to certify now to steal the election. Again, they can't certify the vote federally if the states don't certify it. We just watched Roger Stone explain how they plan to abuse this process, how they want to bring this to court so they can point to all of the justifications that they gave for election fraud now. The immigrants are voting, the dead people are voting, blah, 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 so that they can take this to court, bring it up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will just give them the election. The fact that you couldn't charge Trump for his crimes on January 20th in 4 years is proof to me that the U.S. is a dysfunctional democracy at the very least. Well, Blue Brother, we are a dysfunctional democracy, but we're dysfunctional because we're specifically not allowed to function. There are powerful groups and organizations and the world's richest man, Elon Musk, is on Twitter spreading lies and outright Nazi propaganda every day, which is now being amplified by the President of the United States. This what makes me very upset. The most anti-American thing you could do is take away someone's vote. It's up there on the list, but they absolutely want to take away your vote. We just watched them talking about purging people from the voting rolls. The Republicans only win when Democrats don't vote. That's why my entire lifetime I've been hearing about gerrymandering, about voter ID laws that are specifically made to inconvenience Black people and Hispanic people from being able to vote because now they need a very specific ID. And like, none of this is new. We've allowed this to fester, and then this is the infection that we get out of it. Donald Trump is the infection out of that festering misinformation, anti-democratic ideals that the Republicans had for a long, long time. Again, remember, this goes back to the Tea Party even. Goes back well before the Tea Party, goes back to Reagan and Nixon. Roger Stone was one of the main people responsible for getting Donald Trump elected in 2016. He worked with Nixon back in the day. He's like a weird obsession with Richard Nixon. In that the idea here is to create an authoritarian system and literally nothing else. Anyway, just give me a second. I gotta go pee, so I'm gonna throw an ad on, and then when we come back, we can get through this a bit more. There's still a lot to go through. These people will take away everything that we hold dear. I mean, again, going back to your most anti-American thing you can do, I think another one of those most anti-American things you can do is try and hate migrants. To deport, mass deportation of migrants is not an American ideal. We were a country built on immigration. Anyway, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Anyway, I'm back. Okay, get settled. Guys, this is depressing. I don't want to be talking about this. I want to go back to normalcy. I'd like to be advocating for positive change. I'd be like talking about healthcare, education. I mean, we are talking about healthcare and education, just in the wrong direction. We're not talking about potential positive change. We're talking about potential very, very negative change. It's exhausting.
And if that doesn't work, it'll be 20 years. And if that doesn't work, I guess it's going to be the death penalty, right?
Oh, yeah. Death penalty. I forgot about that bit.
10 years. And if that doesn't work, it'll be 20 years. And if that doesn't work, I guess it's going to be the death penalty, right? The death penalty.
Wow. You know? I still believe that the idea of dead people voting is an idea Trump picked up from the Simpsons episode when Sideshow Bob became the elected mayor because the entire Springfield graveyard voted for him. I honestly would not put that past them in any way, shape, or form. I believe it. In fact, I have this theory that when he was mentioning Hannibal Lecter all the time, I think that it might have been because Donald Trump was unaware that the word asylum had two meanings. And so when he heard people were claiming asylum, he thought they were coming from insane asylums. And that's how he led into Hannibal Lecter. Whether that's true or not, I'm 100% certain the thought process did pass through his brain at some point. Whether he believed it or not is another story, but I can absolutely see that's where it's coming from. It's hard when I go into a right-leaning chat, there's not avenue for me to make any discussion. I feel like people are so far gone I can't communicate with them. Well, breakfast banana, that's intentional. They don't want you to be able to communicate with them. They want everything to be so polarized that any dissent is immediately ignored, and we are in that environment. You can't have a conversation with them anymore. They come into my chat, and I'll try, but they come in with an intention of malice. They come in aggressive. They come in saying just demeaning things in general. They'll question your intelligence, and they'll comment on your appearance, and they will refuse to engage critically with literally, you can send them links, you can send them evidence, graphs. They'll say, at best, if they even open the graphs, they'll say, oh no, I don't trust the FBI because blah, 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 blah. And again, it's the media who's complicit. We're talking about immigration here as if it's a fucking problem, whereas immigration is literally not a problem, and it has not been. Undocumented immigrants are good for the country. They pay tax. It's worse for them to be undocumented than it is for us. They pay sales tax, they work, they don't get any benefits out of it. They commit less crimes overall than both naturalized and born citizens combined when you adjust for population density. Within a generation or two, they become almost indistinguishable from just the general population of the area. There's nothing. They're good for the economy. They grow 80% of our food. 80% of the agriculture industry 80% of the jobs undocumented immigrants have is in the agriculture industry. When they say that they'll deport 22 million undocumented immigrants, which I'm not even sure, that number changes literally all the time because it doesn't matter whether they're undocumented or not. They just want to deport people that they disagree with. And by deport, I still firmly believe that once you enter these death camps, you're not coming out of them alive, whether it's to a different country or not. Maybe at first, but the end goal here is not deport them. We just heard him say it himself. The death penalty is on the table. If they come back, sure, but that's right now. We've seen how this has evolved over the years. You can't... The idea of giving every citizen the... Volksempfänger, an early radio which gave him the opportunity to broadcast for the first time to the entire population of the country, literally is what they want to do. They want to reduce all other media so that only their media exists. Remember, that's part of why they're so keen on Lina Khan and the FTC, even though Lina Khan and the FTC's actions goes directly against a lot of their personal ideals. The idea of regulating tech companies, specifically tech companies that are not Twitter, is very appealing to them because, on Meta, you can't just be openly a Nazi and receive money for it. You can't advertise this kind of ideology because then corporate advertisers don't want to pay you. The idea here would be to create a system in which they are forced to allow this under the guise of free speech and to erase any censorship of their Nazi ideology. That's what they mean by free speech, by the way. It's free speech for the Nazis. They want to take our speech away and give it to the Nazis. Because again, I can say this right now. I can call them out on this. Would I be able to in a year? I don't know. Probably not, considering the rhetoric on political dissent we've heard on, throughout these clips and that we're still going to hear. I Oh, so speaking of banning, you guys, I try not to ban in general. I'll mute people. I'll try and incentivize actual critical engagement. By banning somebody, that just means that they leave. They're not sitting here listening to me. And I don't know, if they're a right-wing troll, I'd still rather them be listening to me than listening to whoever the hell else they would be listening to. Now, if they're overtly trolling and there's obviously no chance of any of this getting through into their brain, then sure, I'll ban them. But for like a day, I don't mind if these people come back. Being an online Nazi sounds depressing, doesn't it? These people aren't happy. They're miserable. They just don't know why they're miserable, and they're being pointed towards an external factor that's making them miserable. It's literally the same thing Hitler did, in that your life sucks because the Jews are making it suck. Blue Brother, I mean, they're on the same playbook, you know? They're doing. I would not be surprised if under a second Trump presidency, suddenly everyone's getting gifted things that are very, very useful to the right having. Look, honestly, look, just this is today. This came out not even 6 hours before I started streaming.
Let's remember, you've got 50,000 Chinese nationals in this country in the last couple of years. Yeah. You've got people on the terrorist watch list, 350 in the last couple of years. You've got, like you said, 13,000 murderers and 15,000 rapists. Right. What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within. Not even the people that have come in and destroyed.
Here we go again with the enemy from within. This is, again, verbatim Hitler.
Destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem.
No, I agree with you, Blue Brother. You would know as a German. You can see the parallels here, can you not?
In terms of election day, I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics, and I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military.
So again, we have sick people, the radical left, and they should be handled by the National Guard, or if need be, the military. He said this today.
Because they can't let that happen.
Let's remember, you've got
one more time.
I have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within. Not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think they're the problem in terms of election day. I think the bigger problem are the people from within. We have some very bad people. We have some sick people, radical left lunatics. And I think they're and it should be very easily handled by, if necessary, by National Guard, or if really necessary, by the military, because they can't let that happen.
Again, this is clear evidence that they will use force to take away your rights, your ability to vote, your free speech, your right to assembly. They hate you. They are evil, and they want you dead. They want you in a death camp, and they'll put you in one if given half the opportunity. There's no other way to refer to this. The reason that this is so effective is because they've succeeded in priming the population through fear. And again, it's because of the media. That interviewer should be in prison. That interviewer should have been challenging this, and yet she was platforming it. By not fighting back against their words, their claims, their ideology, you are just platforming it and allowing it to reach a larger subset of people. And by not challenging it while you do that, you make it, you leave it up to the interpretation of the people that are now receiving this information, a lot of whom are not particularly smart, just because like the average human isn't well educated in critical analysis, again, on purpose. And it leads to the cultish behavior of MAGA, of the Nazis. This is how they did it back in Nazi Germany. It's literally what they did. They fear-mongered, they pointed at outgroups and said they are the ones causing your problems, and then they took power and then got rid of those groups. It's just following the train of thought to its completion. People from within, intentionally leaving out the exact definition of what he means up to discussion. People from within is, again, a verbatim Hitler quote. I'm not even sure that that's something that he came up with. That has to be something that was told to say to him, like an advisor told him to say that in the speech, because they know what they're doing. They know who their base is. They know who they're trying to appeal to, because that's not how Donald Trump speaks. You know, that's an old school politician's like authoritarian politician's words. It's not a modern day idea that he just came up with. This is a historical context that they are taking and they're using in order to attempt to radicalize the American population. And might I say, it's not just the American population, because America is exporting this right-wing Nazi ideology all over the world to places all over Europe, Australia. This isn't an America is going to die if Trump wins thing. This is an existential threat to humanity at this point. Well, yeah. So here's the thing with that contrarian debater. I don't believe the stats that young, like Gen Z men aren't moving to the right. I don't believe that. Gen Z overall is very, very much left-leaning. The polls that have come out that have shown that young Gen Z males are moving to the right, I looked into the methodology of those polls, and they don't. They're not objective. They're pretty skewed. They could be true. They also probably aren't 100% accurate. I think that the idea of no young white males being in that rally is concerning, but I think that it's tied less to men shifting to the right, but young people just feeling that politics isn't worth their time, feeling disenfranchised, and men, especially in this election, where as a Democrat, one of the largest talking points, the biggest pushes has been women's rights and reproductive health care, which is not particularly something that interests young men often enough to show up at the rallies, which is worrying. Again, Kamala Harris's campaign started off kind of all right, but since the DNC, we have moved significantly to the center. Gamers online will be leaning to the right. That's unsurprising. If you're talking about like live streamers, a lot of them grift to the right just because that's the easiest way to make money. But the average population of Gen Z boys, whether they are gamers or not, likely don't agree with all of those belief systems that are represented in the streamers and the gamers that you've seen and in the things that Donald Trump says. I'd like to have, I might be naive here, I'd like to have hope that at the very least, Zoomers are smart enough to see the difference. And we've seen evidence that they are in the ways that they engage with things like COVID, in the ways that, look at TikTok in regards to Gaza. Sure, there's a lot of stupid people and there's a lot of conspiracies and misinformation that people buy into, but that's just par for the course now. That's just standard. The average educated Zoomer paying attention to politics, even not paying attention to politics, probably has a diverse mix of some left-wing and some right-wing viewpoints, generally incoherent, because that is the average voter, by the way. The average voter, whether they're affiliated with one party or the other, has an amalgamation of beliefs that don't work together. They're this incoherent blob of, well, debating them doesn't work. We've tried that. Look at, the first 5 years after 2016. We tried to debate them. We tried to embarrass them. They lie, and then they'll take the debate that you had with them, and then they'll lie about it to their audience. I think you need to jail them because that's the only way to stop them from lying. We have to denazify the country. This is a Civil War reconstructionism. You know what I mean? Like, this is a process that needs to happen. You can't do this on a one-to-one. Media literacy isn't going to save us. And also, Blue Brother, you're correct there. The way the internet works, we get a distorted view of how many people feel a certain way. Responses are crafted towards the way that you see things. Well, exactly, yes, the algorithm incentivizes posts that agree with your point of view showing up, but also posts that entirely disagree with your point of view to create engagement. Because again, what makes these companies the most money is you being angry or disgusted and spending time on their website because of it. That's how they make their money from. And so there is this financial incentive to allow all of this misinformation and this media and rhetoric and ideology that is at the very least problematic to exist. Is just, I don't know. I don't think they should be allowed to do it. Like Stewart and O'Reilly, they should also be in prison right now. They shouldn't have gotten to leave Fox with, Stewart did, that's what Jon Stewart debating Bill O'Reilly. Jon Stewart is great. Bill O'Reilly was a psychopath and a piece of shit. Did it change anything? When Jon Stewart debated Bill O'Reilly, I think he also debated Tucker Carlson and embarrassed the shit out of Tucker Carlson. Did it change anything? No. Tucker Carlson went on a decade later to become the most watched television news host of all time. And then lost his job for lying openly. In such a bad way that Fox News had to fire him. These people belong in prison and their platforms need to be dismantled. I'm not saying that being a conservative needs to land you in jail. I'm saying being a grifter like Tucker Carlson in the media or in politics, that should land you in jail. This is a threat to democracy. This is a threat to national security. Remember, these people did treason. They tried to do an insurrection. We didn't give nearly as harsh punishments to the January 6ers that were there, that were participating, although we did at least some of them. But we should have been arresting the people that coordinated it, the people that supported it in the media, the people that continue to defend it. Yeah, sure, I don't care. Democrats too. If you tried to do an insurrection, if you supported the insurrection, if you helped coordinate the insurrection, if you defend the insurrection, and you are in the media or you're in politics, whether you're an influencer, whether you're MSM, doesn't matter. Jail, off to jail. The problem is really, and I said it before, they are detached from reality. They only consume, well, exactly. that's the only way to fix that, though, is by removing the people who are detaching them from reality. These people didn't just detach from reality on their own. They weren't born that way. It's not innate. It's something that's being manufactured. It is an ideology that's being pushed on them. They're being constantly fed propaganda. Again, from the moment they wake up to the moment they go to bed, these people are being told that the Democrats want to end democracy and that, you know, the communists will take over and then you'll be living in a ghetto on the street because you won't be able to get food, and then the world will end because they'll start a nuclear war and blah, 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 blah. They'll just go on and on and on and on, making bullshit up specifically to detach people from reality. Look, I also feel bad for the Jan 6ers. They were lied to and they did go along with it, but I don't care. At some point, you have to take responsibility for your actions. You know what? I don't feel bad for them. Would you feel bad for the German civilians that went along with the Nazis, that went on board and supported them because they were misled? No, I don't think, I think being a grifter is shameful, but does it imply that they don't actually believe the views that they're espousing? No. You're right. Grifter means that they don't believe the views that they're espousing, and Tucker Carlson does not believe the views that he's espousing. Give me a second. Let me pull one up for you. I have a really good example here. This was just from a couple of streams ago. Here we go. And where is that one? Hey, this is not the one. Whoopsie. Well, I mean, yeah, that is the thing that he said, by the way. Where is my link? Where's my link? Sure, I had it. They were talking about how immigrants are vampires, like just a couple days ago. Not a couple, like a couple weeks ago. Hold on, I'll just find it here. Roseanne. Here's the clip. There we go.
Bullshit. It's true.
So it's not just the dogs and the cats, not just the pets.
It's not just the dogs and the cats. They're full-on vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste.
Her, I believe that she believes what she's saying. She is crazy. Tucker Carlson is not crazy. He doesn't believe this, but he'll say it. He'll support it.
Of human
When you
flesh,
say
and they drink human blood.
one hot slice, I mean that if you are in the media as a media official, if you are, a media personality, if you're an influencer, if you're a political operative, an appointee, or an elected official, if you are lying overtly to the public, you should go to jail. That's what I mean. That's all I mean. The law applies to everyone equally. That comes down to the very foundations of how to define a democracy. Yes, we can apply the law to everyone equally, as in you can't go on the national news media and openly lie unchallenged. You can say things that are incorrect and have them challenged. That's fine. I just mean like a deliberate manner of lying, a deliberate, coordinated attempt at sowing discord and creating a false narrative, which is exactly what they're doing and have been doing. That should be illegal, and they should be in prison for it. They're traitors, and this is treason. They did an insurrection, or at least attempted one, built on this foundation, and they're trying to do it again now. What they interviewed prisoners that can have no remorse, and then I don't care if I see that they were lied to and they have regrets. No, I don't think that's I don't care if they have regrets. Then that means they might be salvageable. That means they might be able to redeem themselves. That doesn't let someone off the hook for spreading literal Nazism. My grandpa admitted to me when I was interviewed him for history lessons in school, he didn't know about any KZs because he didn't want to know. That is the case for a lot of people, Blue Brother. A lot of these people don't want to know the things that make them uncomfortable. And that goes back to critical analysis. People cannot, so yes, basically every single media outlet on the planet got it. Yeah, one hot slice. Yeah, I do. I think that all of those are literally an existential threat to humanity. And because of that exact principle that Blue Brother just said, is that people don't want to know, so they don't focus on it. The media is complicit. The media doesn't, we're talking about death camps and eugenics, and is everyone screaming at the top of their lungs about Nazis and just historical precedent, what Trump wants to do, Project 20? No, they're not. They're going to talk calmly about it, and then they'll have people that defend these people on as well, and then they'll act like this is this isn't normal. Stop pretending that this is normal. Again, this guy right here was the most watched TV news host in history.
Vampires. And everybody still thinks I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy. They're full-on vampires. They love the taste of human flesh, and they drink human blood. They do, Tucker. Stop staring at me like that.
You're freaking me out, man. Because you spent your life in the entertainment business, so I think you have some authority on this.
Literally validating it. Literally validating it. This would still be complicit, and I would still think that this should be enough for a TV host or just even like anyone in the media, because he's not a TV host anymore, to lose any credibility that they have and never be listened to again, just based off of listening to her say this and not challenge it, but to say, oh, well, you work in the media, so you probably know more than I do about it. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, look, again, just from, when is this? 2 days ago. We are now known all throughout the world as an occupied America. No, the fuck we're not. But to everyone here in Colorado and all across the late nation, I make this vow to you. November 5th will be Liberation Day in America. I will rescue Aurora and every town that's been invaded and conquered, and we will put these vicious, bloodthirsty animals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. Does this sound like anything other than just Adolf Hitler to you? Because it doesn't to me. In honor of the people that are dead and mortally wounded at the hands of migrants who should never have been allowed into the country, I'm announcing today, upon taking office, we will have an Operation Aurora at the federal level to expedite removals of the savage gang. I'll invoke the Alien Enemies of 1798 Act, Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant crime network operating on American soil. Again, the Alien Enemies Act of 1978 is the literal act that we used to create Japanese internment camps. So, what the fuck? What are we supposed to do about this? Some detail. I fought for the Wehrmacht in Italy. He fought for the Wehrmacht in Italy until he became a war prisoner in the U.S. Army in late 1944. That's so interesting, Blue Brother. I would actually like to hear more about that. Just the historical accounts are always so interesting. Imagine if Trump ends up as the new Dolph in 50 years' time. No, guys, you don't understand. You're missing the big picture here. Donald Trump is not the next Führer. Donald Trump is going to die in the next couple years. If Donald Trump was to win this election, they would put all of the systems in place, but Donald Trump would continue pretending as if everything but just his physical media appearances haven't changed. He will act as the Fuhrer, but he's not the next Fuhrer. The next Fuhrer is J.D. Vance. That's the whole point. They specifically handpicked him for this purpose. For after Trump is gone, he's the new God Emperor. He's the new Fuhrer. He's the new president for life. The private ones, I would say. The intelligence services funded by right-wing techno-fascist billionaires like Peter Thiel. Those are the ones that get to keep watch on all of this stuff. And to be fair, I'm sure our intelligence services are aware of this shit. It's just, why the fuck aren't we doing anything about it? It makes no sense to me, because this is a national security issue. And although a lot of the lower ranking military that we have do often lean towards MAGA, the officers do not. The Pentagon is not partisan towards the left or the right. They are independent, and historically they defend the Constitution and not any of the parties. They don't care who the president is. In a situation hypothetically that was between two parties that were in conflict with one another in a domestic context, the Pentagon would hypothetically try and solve this by leaning towards whichever side is more in line with the Constitution, or just by saying, no, both of you are fucking ridiculous, military junta, until we can figure this shit out, which in this case might actually be preferable. Not to say that it's ever good to have a military junta as a government, but I'd still rather that than the actual Nazis. Invaded and conquered. I'm not an English native, but I wouldn't use those phrases in any other connection than military. That's what I said earlier, is it's very intentional. It's aimed at those who have been inundated with Fox News-esque bullshit for decades. Remember, the after effects of 9/11, the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan War are still being felt. And now we have Israel committing genocide on top of this, a possible war with Iran, which is being stoked further by Donald Trump. The idea of using this kind of language in the context of immigration domestically is to tie that to the feeling that Americans have when they think about conflicts abroad. It is constructed to be this way. This is all in the playbook, you know? None of this is new. Where is it? Come here. This was just this was a few days ago as well.
And I told them,
just end of last month,
if we win and when we win, we're going to prosecute people that cheat on this election. And if we can, we'll go back to the last one, too, if we're allowed. But we're going to prosecute people.
We're going to prosecute people who cheat on this election. And if we're allowed, go back to the last one. Come on. Domestic spying has not made us safer pre-breakfast banana, although they're not trying to stop the school shootings that way. You're not technically, that's unconstitutional. As in like the NSA and the FBI and all of like the State Department, the DOJ, they have access to US citizen data that's collected online, but they're not allowed to access it without a warrant. We do still have that in place for the moment. And so you can't have these agencies sifting through this information, the billions and billions of texts, tweets, Instagram posts, YouTube videos, blah, 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 and then use that in order to do policing work. You can't do that. Regardless of whether it was legal or not, it's actually not even feasible. But no, the spying has not made us safer. Immediate Afghanistan war after 9/11 was justified. Well, yeah, exactly. Afghanistan after 9/11, sure, it's still a bad idea, but it was justified. Iraq was not, and they did objectively lie to get us into war with Iraq. And people still don't believe that to this day. Again, I was 5 years old, living in New Jersey, not very far from Manhattan when 9/11 happened. I got pulled out of school, and I'm Turkish. I got called Turkish terrorist for years after that. The bloodthirstiness of the American population post 9/11, it was insane. It's just actually horrifying to see. Not as horrifying as what we have now, but good times back in the day when people would just spit at you and call you a dirty Muslim. Now we are on everyone's an animal in death camps. No, see, I don't think a label contrarian debater is enough. It's so wild, private companies can harvest data and have more legal access to personal data than the government does. Yes, that is true. Quote, we're going to prosecute people who cheated on this election. Does that mean he's going to prosecute himself? No, of course not. It never means himself. I mean, Z Cheeseburger Merv. We may not have won a war since 1945, but we sure as hell have annihilated a lot of places in the world and dropped a lot of bombs. So, I don't know.
Well, so at least they know that's going to happen. And people watching.
Oh, yeah. At least they know it's going to happen, as if he's being nice.
And if we can, we'll go back to the last one, too, if we're allowed. But we're going to prosecute people, so at least they know that's going to happen. And people watch.
Well, yes, works with cigarettes and the labels did make a huge difference, but I don't think it's enough for media, because it's when you have a pack of cigarettes, you see the label, you pull out the cigarette, and then you put the pack down, and then you smoke your cigarette. You know that it's bad because you're smoking your cigarette. It doesn't take more than a couple minutes at most to smoke one, and the label is on the box, which you're not any longer interacting with. Siggy butt brain, yeah, exactly. But when we're talking about media, having that label right in the very beginning is a lot of people are not going to see it because they'll start watching later. 2, yes, they'll just erase it from their memory. Especially if they're leaning more partisanly. And 3, they'll still just keep saying the nonsense that they're saying now, which is leading to people dying and a significant increase in violence. Warning, this news show is not considered news under the law. Fox, I don't think that's enough. I don't think Fox News should be allowed to exist. I think no, all the time, all over the screen, like when you try and photocopy something that has those protected seals where it's like, this is fake, this is fake. Maybe, I guess. No, fuck it. No, fuck them. Fuck them. No. You don't get to just lie openly on the news. You don't get to just lie openly as a politician. I'm like, why is this a debate that we're having? Why should they be allowed to lie? We're talking about objective, provable facts here. I'm saying you should not be able to spread objectively provable lies as a media personality, as an elected official. I'm saying that Elon Musk, who owns a social media platform, should be legally liable for spreading Nazi propaganda. Yeah, real democracy means people are allowed to lie. People are allowed to lie. I don't think the news media and politicians should be allowed to lie. That's protecting democracy. If I was a politician and you could gain 0% by lying, would you? If I was allowed to? Well, I don't know, not me, but of course people do. If you incentivize people to lie, yes, even me, would lie if given the opportunity in a manner that benefits you. Why wouldn't they? Free speech has some conditions already. You cannot lie so you can't defame people. So you can't lie about, well, actually, politicians can defame people. You can't defame people. Why do you get held to a different standard of speech? Why do incitement of violence charges not land on media officials and media personalities and political officials, but you can be charged for inciting violence? And yes, AI is a whole other thing. No, fuck that, fuck them. They are a danger to democracy. Beyond just a danger to democracy, they are a danger to the continued existence of humanity. Again, remember, these are the people that claim that climate change isn't real. These are the people who will go out of their way to make climate change worse by making their only energy policies like fracking, drilling, fossil fuels. These are the people who will put you in death camps, as we have covered. These are the people that want to take away the education system and make it so only rich people can go to private school and poor people don't get education. They're the ones that want to take away your ability to get health care if you have a pre-existing condition. They want to repeal Obamacare, which will lead to millions of people dying again. They're the ones saying that pets are being eaten in Colorado and that fucking Jews and the Democrats are working together to create hurricanes to do election interference. That was a senator who said that. She should not be a senator. She should be held in a trial and then are arraigned and then are put in prison. Why? Why are we allowing these people to spread these objectively crazy lies, these damaging ideologies and these beliefs as if they're true with no repercussion? Freedom of speech is important to me. In fact, Cheeseburger Merv could tell you, because they've heard me complaining about restrictions on free speech in Australia. I went off about a misinformation bill that they want to pass in Australia, saying that was incredibly stupid. There's ways to do this right. And the way to do it right is to not limit the speech of general people. You limit the speech of those that have a platform that can do damage with their speech. The spreaders are guilty, not those who are spread to. Well, I mean, to be fair, those who are spread to can also be spreaders. It's just a matter of how dangerous is it, you know? That's why I say influencers also fall into this category, not just mainstream news media, because people listen to influencers and they can cause damage through this. And by causing damage, I mean death. I mean literal death. Look, I get what you mean, Blue Brother, and obviously this would not just be a snap your fingers and yes, there is a line that you have to follow. Historically, censoring any speech in general has been very difficult to do in a manner in which results in positive outcomes. It's not easy. I just don't see how democracy can survive if we don't do it. Media literacy isn't going to save us. Debating these people won't change anything. The ACA is a bad program, but Donald Trump wants to get rid of the ACA and has no replacement for it, whereas the Democrats have been building on the ACA for years now and is in a better place now than it was 4 years ago at the very least. Now, is that enough? No. But would I take slow progress in the right direction rather than erasing any progress that we've made? Yes. All right, almost done with the short clips of Donald Trump saying horrendous shit. And then we can listen to some of what the pundits have to say today. And then I really want to drive in the comparison to actual Nazis. Oh, I forgot about this. Actually, unrelated. Okay, doctors are guilty for prescribing bad drugs, not those who make them. Well, kind of like we did charge certain doctors for overprescribing opiates that caused people to overdose and die. They lost their medical licenses. Some of them, I think, went to jail. Having a position of power and either negligence or abuse of said power is wrong and illegal. It is criminal negligence is still a thing. Now, you can't charge the president with criminal negligence, but abuses of power, I mean, he's already been charged with it, you know. We're going to see if it actually goes to court depending on who wins, but do I have specific examples of what Democrats have done to improve the ACA? Well, they've expanded access to more people. Wait, actually, let me pull you some numbers. Actually, increase. Come on, load for me. Well, yes, access is an issue, but the fact that it's still look, one hot slice. The only way to fix that issue of it needs to be funded separately is by doing socialism, a single-payer healthcare, going back to Bernie Sanders, which is what we would all prefer. And to be fair, Democrats do still talk about it. But in the meantime, with what we have, access is still an issue. And access is up. Access is up by, what is it, just in 2024, 21.4 million new people. Oh my God, I don't have the energy to explain to you why funding healthcare through the government is the only way to make it affordable for people. Private industry will always fuck you. Corporations exist for literally one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to make a profit. That's it. That's it. That's literally the only reason they exist. There is no reason that we should be paying as much as we do for medications. There's no reason that hospitals should cost as much as they do. There's no reason why insurance should cost as much as it does, except for people who want to make a profit. We're not having any of that shit. Not today. Not today. Now, where was my fucking links? God damn it. Ah, here it is. Sense. There we go. I've literally made videos on how the ACA works. Go look at it. I'm not talking about healthcare right now. You're not going to distract me from the literal Nazi problem. If you want to talk about healthcare, we can do it another time. But if you want to learn what I have to think about it, go watch the video I made on it. And yes, free public healthcare can be manipulated by corporations as well, but that's because Australian government cheeseburger Merv is weak and also bought out by corporations. It's just not as overtly bought out as American government is. There could be regulations put in place. They're trying to turn the free public healthcare in Australia into an American system anyway. They're trying to do exactly what they did in the UK by defunding public healthcare and incentivizing private healthcare. It's demonic. Speaking of demonic,
what's happening to our country is being poisoned,
poisoned, and your schools and your children are suffering greatly because they're going into the classrooms, they're taking the seats, and they don't even speak English. It's crazy.
They're in fucking school. Teach them English, you idiots. But yes, our country is being poisoned, sure. And which was the fucking clip? Where was it? God, I hate Twitter. Ah, here it is.
We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. It's a big deal.
Because they want your money, contrarian debater. And this is, again, going back to the Nazis, which is the topic of this stream.
We will stop the radical indoctrination of our students and restore patriotic education to our schools. It's a big deal.
Again, this is 2020.
We will teach our children to love our country, honor our history, and always respect our great American flag.
This is, again, verbatim Nazi rhetoric. And just to hammer home that this, what I'm saying here, like my idea of prosecuting the propagandists, is not, this has a historical context. Our country is being poisoned. That quote could as well be from Goebbels, one or the other. We have a context for this of, we did prosecute propagandists and journalists and even those that were just complicit in the Nuremberg trials. Let me just read you, like I wrote down a couple pages of these that I found worth reading. Where was it? Here we go. So, after the war, when asked how she could have engaged in, okay, whatever. As Erna Petri, a German homemaker and a mother of two, was driving home after grocery shopping, she saw 6 disheveled and seemingly scared children huddling together in the side of the road. It was the summer of 1943, and through word of mouth, Erna knew that a group of Jewish children had escaped from a train headed to a Nazi extermination center. It occurred to her that these children may have been a part of that group. She approached them, kindly invited them to come home with her. Once at her house, she gave them something to eat and reassured them that they would be safe. Then she asked them to go outside with her. In a wooded area by her house, she stood them one next to the other. Then she placed herself behind them, pulled out a gun, and shot each one of them in the back of the head. After the war, when asked how she could have engaged in such an incomprehensible act of cruelty against innocents, she replied, "I'm unable to grasp at this time how in those days I was in such a state as to conduct myself so brutally and reprehensibly, shooting Jewish children. However, earlier, I had been so conditioned to fascism and the racial laws which established a view towards the Jewish people, as was told to me, I had to destroy the Jews. It was from this mindset that I came to commit such brutal acts." Does this sound like, maybe the people who might be out at the border, the good old boys in their pickup truck driving around looking for illegals? It sounds pretty fucking similar. If I hadn't heard it's from Trump and you had asked me who said it, my first thought would have been Goebbels. It makes sense, but again, this is just verbatim Nazi propaganda that they have used, and we can see parallels of it all over the place. Here we go. Erna Petri had done Adolf Hitler's bidding. After seizing power in 1933, the Nazi dictator created the Reich Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, headed by Joseph Goebbels. So yeah, you might be exactly right as to where this is going. We know what Goebbels did and all of that. These materials, here's the bit. The Nazis used this absolute power to bombard the German public with messages dehumanizing Jews and arousing hatred against them. Long before implementations of the final solution, anti-Semitic eliminationist rhetoric permeated the National Socialist newspapers and figured prominently in official speeches, documentary films, and leaflets. It's literally exactly the same as we are seeing today, but with Republicans. And just, I mean, to be fair, a lot of Republicans do blame the Jews, but replace Jews with immigrants, with migrants, and you get the same result anyway. That's a stupid question. A very stupid question on Hot Slice. These materials depicted Jews as disease-carrying insects and vermin, literally things that Donald Trump has said. He's called political opponents vermin. Tumors, tuberculosis that were infecting healthy Germans and thus need to be exterminated. There's social contagion theory in how they talk about queer people, that they are infecting the healthy American population. By the time the Holocaust was being carried out, Nazi publications such as Der Stürmer were calling for Jewish annihilation root and branch. They are not all that dissimilar to the modern day Republican. Let's come down to here, right? So, a major tool of Nazis' propaganda assault. The bottom of the front page of each issue in bold letters, the paper proclaimed the Jews are our misfortune. And we're not at that level just yet, but finally on October 4th, 1933, to consolidate total control over German newspapers, the regime placed under its aegis all remaining print media editors via the editorial control law formulated by Reich press chief Otto Dietrich, and thus the Fourth Estate liquidated under the Third Reich. This is almost word for word. Like, this is exactly what they want to do. This is exactly the elimination of the Fourth Estate. That's things that I have heard Republicans talking about. The similarities between modern Trumpist Republicans.
Our coverage continues now. Thank you.
Shut up. I didn't ask you to talk. And the Nazis are so clear. As equally effective rhetorical strategies consisted of characterizing the Jews as pledged to Germany's destruction, aka, oh, the immigrants are being sent here by foreign countries. They're sending us their immigrants to, invade the country. Like, this is, how is this any different? You know what? I wasn't looking at chat, contrarian, but I think I might, or at least time out, because you need some critical thinking. One hot slice. Let's tell me this works. There we go. Learn some critical thinking. The question now is, how do you undo this mindset? What made the German do these things? Well, so that's what I mean. The only way to undo this mindset is by disallowing the further spreading of this ideology. What are we supposed to do when this is very clearly the road that we're going down? This is the path that we're on. I laid it out very clearly for you in this video, and it's not like you need me to lay it out for you anyway, because they're not hiding it. Me laying it out for you is just me pulling the clips of Donald Trump saying the thing from today, from yesterday, from 3 days ago. What are we supposed to do except stop the media from amplifying it? This paper, Jensu, is Propaganda Prosecutions at Nuremberg. The Origin of Atrocity Speech Law. This is us trying the Nazi journalists and propagandists for their role in the Holocaust. This is how we did that. And I'm using this as me saying that there is historical precedent in existence. I mean, you could read this whole article. It's in I'll link it in the sources, to say that we need to take down. No, see, I didn't ban him because I want him to listen and maybe change his mind. But I don't want to platform what he's saying, so I muted him. Do you understand the differentiation? Fox News, I think, should be banned because they will never engage in a good faith manner. They never have, realistically, not in my lifetime at the very least, been focused on telling Americans the truth, focused on reporting the news. To be fair, neither is really the rest of the mainstream media. It's just Fox News happens to be the worst of it in America. Alex Jones should be in prison. No, Fox News is not publicly funded. It's owned by News Corp, which is a Murdoch Media subsidiary. I don't care if it's publicly funded or not, which, by the way, it shouldn't be. Not Fox News at the very least. I'd be okay with publicly funded. You think the issue is that they're not publicly funded? Well, yeah, that's the thing. I would totally be okay with a state-funded media, just not a state-run media. You can make distinctions in law so that the state will fund the media, but has no bearing over the media. Like, no control over the media. It's not a state-run media, it's a state-funded media, which would include checks and balances in place. Oh yeah, of course. Privately, Jensu, I am a socialist. I'm just, it's a month before the election, so I have to try and appeal to the liberals as well. And that me saying the solution here is to overthrow capitalism isn't really going to be helpful here. Although I do agree with you that, of course, privately funded news agencies are going to run for their own agendas and ideals. They're because they want profit. Their agenda is profit, and their ideal is more profit. Well, obviously, Blue Brother, that was the first strike for that particular chatter. If they get annoying, I do ban them. It's a matter of how much you annoy me personally. Whether or not you're going to cop a ban or you're going to cop a mute. Like, I muted him for 30 minutes. If he comes back in a half hour and pisses me off again, I'll just ban him for a week. That's the thing, right? We need to start treating them with the disdain that they deserve. These people lack a soul. And by these people, I don't mean that chatter in general. I mean the overall ideology is what contributes to people not having empathy. I don't think. Let me take this back. I think I jumped ahead a little bit. The people that are spreading this ideology, that are lying on the news, are the ones that have no soul. They're the ones that lack what makes a human, and that is empathy, for caring for your fellow human being, for the things around you, the people around you. And that's not innate. It's a manufactured point to land it. Of course, there are some people that are born that have difficulty with empathy, but that also doesn't mean that they live the rest of their lives harming people. You can make an effort to better yourself. Therapy exists. It's the specific manufacturing of this kind of emotional blockage, this dissonance to the rest of humanity, with the addition of zero effort into improving. I think that's the main issue, in that these people are demons. the spreaders, people like J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, the ones we've covered today, those are the demons. They're the ones that lack the empathy by choice, not by social conditioning. Whereas the average Republican lacks the empathy, not by choice, but by social conditioning. And now how do we fix the issue? Well, we make America empathetic again, for one. Fucking new banner right there. Make America empathetic again. How do we do that? We do that by getting rid of the soulless demons that are lying to you. The messages that are popular to their audiences aren't, they don't just exist in a vacuum, Jensu. The media oftentimes is what dictates what the target audience finds popular. Yes, exactly. They're creating content out of events which they turn into news, but it's more than that. They are complicit in the misinformation that they're platforming. Well, yeah, so this is what I miss, this kind of conversation. This might be the most like good faith chat I've had in a while, in that we don't have to agree on everything. That was never the case in American history, and it was never the case anywhere in the world. No one agrees on everything. It's just we can agree that things that are bad for people are bad, and we can agree that we don't want to harm other people. We want to better the positive change. Now, can we differ on what we think is positive change or how to get there? Absolutely. And I'd be happy to have a debate in that context. That's a fun debate for me. I don't know. Profit over truth is the motivator that has caused some of the most harm in the world. So, money in politics, I've said this and I'll say it again and again and again, is the biggest issue of our generation in America. Money in politics is one of the cruxes in how all of this occurs, how we get to this point. I think the whole system needs to change, in that we need to remove the impact and the influence of money out of the system. Lies we can remove from the system as well, from elected officials. Again, why I don't understand why politicians are legally allowed to lie to you. Can anyone give me like a rational reason as to why they're allowed to lie to you? I also think that we can combat this in the media as well. Well, yes, of course it's money, Requiem OTG. I meant a reason that, I don't know, they would give. Lizards. I don't know. Yes, I actually heard about that. That is the most promising thing I've seen on the subject, actually. Hold on. Saw this just the other day. I was really happy to see it. Because this is a creative way that I haven't seen before. Now, to get money out of politics, we have a couple options. One, the Supreme Court can do it. Not particularly likely. Two, we need a constitutional amendment, which is incredibly difficult. What is it? You need half of the states to call for a convention. Sorry, you need 3/4 of states to call for a convention, half the states to like ratify the topic, and then 3/4 needs to vote on it. Then it needs to go to Congress, where I think it's like half or another 3/4 have to vote on it. It's a whole fucking process. It's huge. The other option, which I hadn't seen, is an anti-super PAC initiative that is using super PACs to fight against super PACs. The petition campaign seeks to limit contributions to independent political action committees, otherwise known as super PACs. The ultimate goal is to get the U.S. Supreme Court to rule that PACs should be regulated. Now, how do they want to do this? Well, the initiative, backed by upwards of $1 million from 100 donors. The proposed bill would limit annual contributions to super PACs to $5,000 from individuals and PACs and businesses. If enacted, the expectation is that its legality will be challenged almost immediately, presenting an eventual path to the U.S. Supreme Court. Smart way to go about it. It would absolutely immediately get challenged anyway. Yeah, look, they all know that they're lying, and that's my point. If only we as the people of the country could pay for lobbyists to represent us. That sounds almost like elected officials, huh, pre-breakfast banana? It's almost like if everyone in the country could, I don't know, pick a day out of the year where we go and we decide who of these people we would like to represent us, and then we put that little piece of paper in an envelope and we mail it, or we go and press the button on the machine, or blah, 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 and then those people represent us. It seems like maybe that would be a good idea. The people who, like, money in politics is the base cause of all of this, as we've established, but beyond just the base cause, there are so many other variable factors. And again, I'm saying all of this as if we can do anything about it, because we're a month out of the from the election, in which we know for a fact that they are trying to steal the election. They're changing laws. They have electors in states that are going to refuse to certify. I'm genuinely afraid that this is it, you know, that a month from now, we got President Trump again. We're talking about internment camps. Can you quickly 2-sentence summarize the stream? Okay. Hitler particle levels in the Republican Party continue to rise, and the media is complicit in allowing it to do so. Those are my 2 sentences. First stream, Requiem. You can click that if you like. If only we as the people. Now, let's have a look a bit more about this internment camps. Let's hear what CBS Colorado has to say.
Thank you for joining us on your Friday. I'm McKelly Away.
And I'm Michael Spencer, in for Karen Lee. Former President Donald Trump said today that if he were reelected, he would enact what he called Operation Aurora to target illegal immigrants in Colorado and across the country.
What do you mean he just threatened people? No, he literally said he would enact the law that we used to make Japanese internment camps after World War II. Yes, it's illegal immigrants, but again, illegal immigrants means everybody, because he's talked about denaturalizing Americans if, you know, they fit into the group that he wants to round up brown people. There are no foreign invaders, Requiem. There's none. Yes, he wants to denaturalize American citizens and make them non-American so he can deport them or put them in camps, which, by the way, I still refuse to, like, there is no deportation. 22 million people. You think that they can, do you understand what this would do to the economy? Do you understand how difficult logistically that would be? These are just death camps. Just death camps.
He just wrapped up a rally at the Gaylord Hotel and Convention Center in Aurora. And Aurora became national news back in August when video captured armed men at the Edge at Lowry Apartments. But it's not anywhere near where Trump spoke today.
Your political reporter Sean Boyd was at that rally at Gaylord.
I'm going to give you one chance, Requiem. They're foreign. They're here, some of which are illegally, yes. Although not as many as you claim are illegal, because you people still will not agree to the definition of asylum seeking that is on paper, that is the law, in that you have to enter the country before requesting asylum, and then you're still here for a couple of years while your asylum claim is being processed. But beyond this, undocumented immigrants commit less crimes by every metric according to the FBI, Homeland Security, the Department of Border Control, to both US-born citizens and naturalized citizens, and combined when adjusting for population density. They commit less crimes, so I don't know, this invasion bullshit is just nonsense. They work, they pay taxes, they don't get benefits from said taxes. 80% of them work in the food industry, and you people want to, deport 80% of the people that grow your food? Do you understand what that means? Do you understand the level of Hitler required to do something like this? And they want to pre-breakfast bananas, and I mean, under a fascist system, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Lord Rockies. And Sean, Trump urged Coloradans to cast what he called a protest vote for him.
Yeah, Michael, this is not about winning Colorado. Trump trails Kamala Harris by double digits here. Make no mistake, he would not be here if Aurora resident Cindy Romero had not released video of armed men breaking into an apartment, a video that went viral, along with a story about how a Venezuelan gang had taken over the apartment complex and even the city. It made Colorado ground zero in the debate over border security.
I love how, like, again, this is what I mean by the media's fucking complicit, because she'll say this, but then she won't explain to the people watching that this never actually happened, that this was all based on lies. There was one instance of a couple guys with guns in one apartment building in Colorado, in which had nothing to do with being occupied, and then those people are not there anymore. That's literally it. All of this was made off of one clip. They just kind of made it up. You can see it. I mean, hold on. Give me a second. Hey, shush. I did not press play on you. Aurora police chief says there's no evidence that Venezuelan gangs took over an apartment. Last week, a video from Denver suburb of Aurora was seemingly everywhere on social media and started airing on TV stations. Donald Trump talked about it on the Lex Friedman podcast. I mean, look, I'm not going to platform this shit, but let me get down to died not. Which one was died not? Who were you? Who were you? You were the police chief, right? Says it's the... No, it's not the police chief. Died not. Says it's the owner of the apartments who's the criminal here for taking their rent, but not keeping the building habitable. Dozens of residents cheered as Died not spoke. This is all made up. And they'll continue to make shit up. What led to Trump's rumors about Venezuelan gangs taking over a Colorado apartment building? Even after local officials publicly refuted that the Tren de Aragua gang had taken over the building, sensationalist claims vaguely tying the rumors to the growth of Colorado's migrant population continued going viral. There was literally nobody in the community talking about this. They don't think it, they're saying it's not true. Regardless of whether local officials or not say it's not true, though, it doesn't matter, because we don't live in a reality where people give a shit about the truth. The United States was built on immigration. Immigration is good for the country. We should not be restricting immigration any further than it is. We should be de-restricting it. I think when Trump shuts down CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News becomes national media, Trump will convince Americans deportation is a great idea. Well, yeah, that's kind of the plan, contrarian debater. It's what I mean is this is how how do we survive as a democracy when this is supposed to be a nonpartisan journalist won't say that that's a lie? I think both of you are wrong in its entirety. First of all, like, I'm sorry, Requiem OTG, that you had difficulty in like getting your friend's citizenship, and I know what that's like because I was born in Turkey and I went through it. I didn't receive citizenship until I was like well past 12 years old, and I came to the U.S. when I was 5. It is not easy, and they have made it easier, so that's a good thing. I want as much immigration as possible because you're like forgetting that that's what made America great, is the populations of immigrants that came to the country. And by the way, this like talk of a wave, an invasion of immigrants, you do realize that the number of immigrants that are coming in from the southern border aren't even comparable to like the Irish immigrants that came to the United States. There were waves of those. It's literally the same conversation we were having, except now it's just pointed towards like brown people instead of Irish people. In both cases, the immigrants are beneficial to society. And I don't care about preserving culture. I've never cared about preserving culture. Protectionism of cultural ideas is nonsense. A society grows, it evolves as people grow and evolve. Our culture being a thing that we need to give priority to over the lives of human beings is ridiculous. Cultures change, cultures evolve, they grow. Explain to me how that this is unsustainable to let everyone in that wants to come into the country. Tell me how open borders would be unsustainable. Give me an example. Let's converse about it. I'm down. We can have a normal good faith conversation. I disagree that this will lead to. I'm unconvinced that open borders, as either or, both just a national policy or just a global policy, would lead to stability issues as a whole. I'm not convinced it would lead to sustainability issues as a whole. I'm not convinced it would lead to anything bad. We're not talking about the EU. The EU is a whole different story, and their issues with immigration are based off of their own cultural issues of not allowing immigrants to integrate into their culture, a thing that we don't have in America. America is the great melting pot. It's always been integrate into the culture. In the EU, places like France, yes, it is, because immigrants go to these places and then they realize that they cannot integrate with the population because the population does not want to integrate with them, and then they form conclaves. And that's how you get the violence in the EU. If you are like 100% fully believing that in the EU immigrants are always allowed to integrate, I think you need to go take another look at the news. It depends on where you're from, Jensau. And I'm not saying it's everywhere. I'm saying largely. In major cities like Paris. In the UK, that's a huge problem. In Germany, this is a problem. Where immigrant communities stick to themselves because they don't feel safe engaging with the population that was there when they immigrated, the native population. They form enclaves. But if we're talking about America, right? There is zero evidence, that immigration causes issues to American people. It seems to be more sustainable than closed. You get people on the books they can't be taken advantage of with less minimum wage. They'll pay taxes. Opposite is they live in the shadows, don't pay tax, get taken. Well, you're absolutely right. Pre-breakfast banana. You do realize these people can't even call the police, right? Like, if they're being, I don't know, sexually abused, physically abused at, their job, their place of wherever they live. You can't call the police because you're not legally allowed to be here. Now, it used to be that you could call the police and it wouldn't directly lead to you getting deported, depending on, the state you were in and the reason you were calling. But these days, no. I would not ever even trust that. Okay, Blue Brother, I can see where you're coming from with that perspective. However, younger people commit more crimes, sure, but people who don't want to get kicked out of the country that they just immigrated to commit less crimes. And I think that might even it out and maybe tilt it in the other direction just a bit more too. Considering all of the crime stats for the US show that crime is less common among immigrant communities. If you can show me stats that say migrants in the US are committing more crimes, then fine. But I don't see any stats. But if we look at Sweden, they were let into migrate integrate. They create their own communities where no police go anymore. I very, very much think that there is a oversimplification there, Jen Sao. Sweden is also a very, I guess I must have. Sweden is a country in which it is not easy to integrate. I don't know where you're getting this from. And by you saying you don't want everywhere to become Detroit Requiem OTG, you're just being racist at this point. That's just, I don't want to be poor black people. That's what you said. That is objectively what you said. Because I don't know how else you would interpret that. Detroit didn't lose its industry because of immigrants. Detroit lost its industry because of capitalism and because of right-wing policies like exporting jobs overseas. Detroit was car manufacturing. Sorry, I have a bunch of comments here, all right? I got too many. I don't see anything from you besides the original message that I asked you to provide me a evidence for. Your claim of, that this is unsustainable. I asked you to explain to me why, and all I got after that was, oh shit, hold on, let me see if there's, check the auto mod requests. That shouldn't even be on. It's annoying. Nah, there's nothing in the mod queue. Look, regardless, this is just not true. Immigrants are good for the country. They've always been good for the country. I can only tell you about Germans, statistics. Yes, immigrants are statistically responsible for more crimes than average. Okay, well, again, that's in Germany, where we're talking about immigrants that are significantly worse off financially, which financial strain is one of the most common and objective indicators of someone is going to commit a crime. It is economic stress, financial strain. You can't compare these two. When in Germany, these immigrants are not integrated into the community. They don't feel safe. They don't have the same ability to work, and Germany is not a cheap place to live. Of course they're going to commit more crimes. If you incentivize, yes, Elon Musk is an immigrant. If you incentivize people to integrate into the economy, into the society, and also they are contributing to the economy, how is it, Yeah, no, you're right. It is like that in Germany. I just think that it's Germany's fault that it's like that, Blue Brother. It's not the immigrants' fault. It's Germany's fault. They can fix it. They just refuse to. Well, Requiem OTG, you'd be happy to know that I don't think corporations should be allowed to exist in the form of being privately funded corporations. I don't believe in private property. I think all corporations should be state-run industry. I think that the majority of the power of the decisions of said industry would be made by the workers of said industry, but that's a whole other subject. Look, let's just get back to this fucking Aurora, Colorado stuff. I'm so tired of having to explain my views on immigration.
Armed men.
It's literally every time now. Refusing to fix sounds
Breaking
hard,
into
though? What do you... Yeah, that freeze frame. What do you mean by refusing to fix sounds hard? Like, is it they're refusing because it's hard, or you don't agree with me that they're refusing to fix it? I'm confused. This is just sad.
An apartment, a video that went viral along
Wait,
with
you know
the
what?
story
Wait, no,
about
fuck
how
you. I'm not platforming you. Let's hear what the pundits have to say. Sure, I'll disagree with most of these idiots too.
To watch the whole speech together on our streaming service, CBS News Colorado. Dick, I'll start with you. What stood out today?
Oh, it's a one-issue campaign. I mean, immigration was the reason he came here, and Sean is right. It had very little to do with Colorado. It had to do with the national campaign and the focusing on the 7 swing states. But
Contrarian debater. Good point. Also, again, there's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. None of them should exist. We should take their money and equally distribute it to everyone else. And also probably investigate them for crimes that they likely committed, because you don't get to be a billionaire ethically. There's no such thing. I'm sure they've all committed lots of crimes. We know Elon Musk, particularly, regularly commits crimes. So he's literally paying people to vote for Donald Trump. Like FEC violence,
But I think this is going to be a one-issue campaign, and it's the area of the biggest vulnerability for Harris. So I think it was a smart thing to do.
What stood out to you, Mike?
Well, you know, he expressed a great affinity for Colorado, how he's traveled here a lot, and he'd really like it to, you know, turn red for him, which won't happen because we haven't seen that in 20 years for the Republicans. I think that, you know, the other thing that stood out is obviously the crowd. And we talked about earlier, it wasn't just from Colorado.
I don't think that there's a simple solution, Big Brother. I just think that there's no effort to try and fix it by your government. I think that the effort, in fact, goes the other way in exploiting it, not fixing it. We need a middle ground. Corporations are too powerful. Shifting control to government would make the government... No, so that's the thing. We are the government. We need to get rid of money's influence in government, kick out the corrupt assholes that are there, which we can do, and then have a government built to function normally. Build regulations, checks and balances. The government is the largest corporation. That's what government is. And its job isn't to work for profit, it's to work for our benefit. That's the whole point of a government. We just need to make it function the way that it should. Which the only reason it doesn't is because of the influence of money. It's not about making the government more powerful or too powerful. The government should be powerful. We should just have a government that works for the people. Not, I don't know, for every Elon Musk, for every person you refer who is a swing state voter, you get $47. Petition in favor of free speech and the right to bear arms. Essentially, every time you get a registered voter to sign this petition and then also go out and go vote, you get $47. It's paying people to vote. This shit, like, this is what happens when we have so little regulation over the wealthy. This is the richest man in the world, literally offering to buy votes. Yes, take away big donor money, and then, oh, whoops, I didn't realize I hadn't showed it. You take away big donor money, you remove any incentive to lie to make money, because by taking money out of politics and making the government work for us, money is no longer a factor. Just, by the way, so you guys can see. The issue here is all money. It all comes back to money and builds from money. And that's it. I disagree. I mean, like, old Greek Empire's idea is the best democracy. I'm not particularly keen, although I don't think that our democracy is necessarily perfect. A good start would be getting rid of the Electoral College. One person, one vote sounds like it a better deal than what we have now. Hey, I wanted to skip to 7 minutes, 8 seconds. Here we go.
There, crime is actually down in Aurora, a trend that we're actually seeing in most cities in the U.S. right now. But how this apartment complex has now become a national battleground does show the former president's ability to defend the truth until it fits his political agenda and is no longer true. What he describes as a full-blown invasion looks like this: a single viral video from a single apartment complex. Yes, you are seeing footage of men carrying guns, walking down hallways, in one case kicking open a door. The building's owner claimed that they couldn't maintain the building because Venezuelan gangs had taken over. That's when it caught the attention of Donald Trump and his supporters, who don't mention where the city says it was pushing back on the landlord to make improvements at that building. Local police rejected the idea that gangs had actually taken over any of the buildings. Those were aspects that did not go mentioned in Trump's speech today.
Of course not.
Because in Aurora, multiple apartment complexes have been taken over by the savage Venezuela prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. They got their way into an apartment building. They threatened the tenants at gunpoint.
I'm joined now by CNN's chief media analyst, Brian Stelter. And Brian, can you just walk us through, what actually happened here? Because this is the phenomenon that we see over and over again, where there is some truth to it, but then it's so wildly blown up by Trump that it's not an accurate depiction.
The video you just showed is real. It's from an apartment complex. There was real crime happening there. That video was shared and then broadcast widely across right-wing media, across Fox.
And this is exactly what happens. Again, this is actually an interesting case in that it was based on some crumb of reality rather than just entirely made up. There is no cure to this.
News shows, and from that kernel of truth has become this lie about the entire city being a war zone. From all the accounts of the Republican mayor of Aurora and other local officials, the situation at those apartment complexes is out of control. They're basically blaming a slumlord landlord who lives out of state. The landlord says it's the city's fault. The point is, it's under control now. There have been numerous arrests of some of the people seen in that video, so it's under control. But that one viral video promoted by conservative media is what attracted Trump's attention.
General Mark Milley is a professional. He knows exactly what he's saying, and as you said, it's not like he's particularly candid.
All right, let's have a look, because so General Mark Milley, who is why CNN? Why is your highest quality only 480p? Jeez. Mark Milley is the general who famously was asked by Donald Trump during the Black Lives Matter protest whether they could just shoot the protesters in the legs to make them stop. This is in regards to him calling Donald Trump a fascist to the core.
with the press. This is the guy that stood beside Donald Trump when Donald Trump was like, can't we just shoot the protesters? And he was like, no. He's like, can't we just shoot them in the knees? And he was like, no. And they ended up putting tear gas on them, and they went and did the Bible photo. When we think about fascism, we have to remember that there are so many signs that are actually happening. There's weaponized nationalism. There's scapegoating of minority groups.
This single person on mainstream media.
Back in the day when we were great, there is obviously the cult of the leader. There's the weaponization of the Justice Department, the cutting down of the free press, right? And now he's talking about locking up political enemies. He's talking about rounding up people and putting them in camps. These are all fascist behaviors. And the sooner we stop pretending that that isn't a word that could come to America, the better.
You should be saying Nazi, lady. This is beyond fascism. There's authoritarianism, then there's fascism, and now there's Nazism. We have gone so far beyond. Yeah, he did say he did tell them to shoot the protesters during BLM. I'm surprised you haven't heard about this. That one made all the news, except maybe Fox News, I guess. So how many times will they mention Fox News? CNN engages in willful ignorance. Well, yeah, they're not going to mention Fox News. And again, they are complicit. And again, even me giving her a compliment of being the single person in the mainstream media who will actually say what she just said, which isn't necessarily true, but it's immediately following that, I was disappointed that she didn't go far enough. This is complicit.
Better off we are, because this is a real fear that people should have. And if someone like General Mark Milley tells us that this is a real thing, then we need to listen.
I take Mark Milley seriously. I also take the other people that work for Trump seriously, and a lot of them would not be as dark on Trump. You know, someone like H.R. McMaster.
I mean, a lot of them would be, Coleman.
H.R. McMaster wouldn't call him a fascist. I think he's a populist. He's a populist with some very troubling anti-democratic tendencies, but he is not Hitler. He's not Mussolini.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're a black man. He fucking hates you. He is objectively a fascist and Hitler. He is, we all, for the last, 4 hours, we've just been listening to him be Hitler. And pre-breakfast banana, I can understand that. I think that's what a lot of people did, and I think that's partially the reason that we're here today, is because people like this allowed you to block it from your brain. You shouldn't have been allowed to block it from your brain. It's not your fault for blocking it from your brain. That's a very reasonable response to some horrific shit that you're witnessing and hearing. But it's their job, the news media's job, to remind you how important it is. Whereas this fucking, I guess, grifter or idiot, one or the other. It's either grifter or idiot. There's no third option here.
He's talking about good genes and bad genes at this point.
If he were a fascist, he had the opportunity of a lifetime to show us that during COVID by declaring an emergency and doing whatever he wanted, and he didn't do that.
That was when he was still surrounded by people like
literally the people that were not allowing him to be the fascist that we all said he would be way back in 2016. Before the election, we all knew that he was Hitler. We all said it. And the reason that it didn't happen is because there was enough not Hitler in the government to stop him. There will not be this time around. If Donald Trump wins, we're getting protesters getting shot. He talked about it again recently. We just watched him say today that he would use the military against protesters, against the radical left. Just insanity.
He was still surrounded by people who could hold back his worst interests. The second version of Trump will not have any of those people.
I think you're right.
He will be absolutely surrounded by people that will say, sure, yes, let's shoot the protesters.
I want to know what the solution is, right? Like, so either he was the person who told us that he was going to have the best people in his cabinet and be surrounded by the best people, and now those best people are saying, yeah, he's a fascist. So was he hiring the wrong people and was not good at filling his cabinet? Or was he
didn't even fill half his cabinet.
People who were the best people think he's a fascist.
That's a good
It's got to be
question.
one of the or the other, right?
I mean, it certainly.
Well, I would say look at the results. You had a strong economy, low unemployment, a secured border, no world raging.
Oh my fucking God. This is CNN. This is literally CNN. You had a good economy, they say, when taking like the claim for Obama's economy, whereas Donald Trump's economy teetered for the first like maybe year because he's Donald Trump and the markets kind of liked him. Then he gave a massive fucking tax cut to billionaires, which made the market happy and made everyday Americans suffer immensely, followed by COVID, which he handled terribly and cared more about what the health and safety of Vladimir Putin than American citizens by sending him a COVID test machine and COVID tests while for personal use while Americans couldn't get access to it. No world wars. Okay, you made friends with all of the people that want to start wars, and then after you left office, one of them started a war, another one started a genocide, and now you're totally in favor of both of those people winning, and then also you want to start a war with Iran. There's only one autocracy in history which systematically killed people, the Hitler regime. I don't see how a Trump regime would do anything even similar. Well, then you have not been paying attention. They absolutely want to systematically kill people. The rhetoric, you've been agreeing with me that the rhetoric is exterminationist, that it's one-to-one in many cases, verbatim things that Hitler, Goebbels, like the Nazis believed, say, continue to say, because, you know, there are outright open, like Nazis that don't try and hide it, that are very much in favor of Donald Trump, of this platform. J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, those are Nazis. I mean, well back in 2016, there were people Sieg-heiling to Donald Trump. Steve Bannon normalized Nazism for America before the last election. Everyone around this man is a Nazi. We have so many examples. How do people not see it? Well, I mean, I know how people not see it. They don't see it because they don't want to see it, so they ignore it.
At war,
These people are grifters. They're being paid to lie to you. The people who watch this and listen more to the grifter than to the one person, the two people in this table speaking some modicum of actual truth, well, that's because it's too uncomfortable to cope with the fact that we're talking about death camps and Nazis in America with a month before the election.
the failure.
Less than a month before the election.
Today, you didn't have under Donald Trump.
Mark, just to be clear, Mark, we're talking about Trump's character. We're talking about Trump's character.
Well, let's start off with immigrants, which they absolutely want to kill. They say deport, and some of them will get deported, but they absolutely also want to kill them. In fact, we can see this based off of supporters of Trump, especially in places like Texas, Arizona, southern border states, who take it into their own hands. There is a very, very deep history in the South. And you refer to a genocide. All right, well, genocide-wise, we can start with trans people. That's already, in my opinion, a genocide, because it doesn't need to be a systematic killing or displacing. It just needs to be a concerted effort towards those things to be considered a genocide, at least definitionally. And if you don't believe that definition, fine, okay, prelude to a genocide. They absolutely want to remove access to any kind of gender-affirming care for trans people, which will lead to a 67% higher suicide rate, and also they absolutely just murder trans people in the streets. So that's one. There is the general queer community, which will be targeted following the trans community. They'll go after the rest of us queers. Then there's the mentally ill. who have been shown great disdain towards and have been used as a scapegoat for right-wing gun violence, blame it on the mentally ill. Now, Donald Trump hasn't said anything about really the mentally ill too much, but J.D. Vance has. And again, this is a long-term plan. If you read Project 2025, I would argue that it's a genocide against the average human being in the world, considering every policy in Project 2025 damages so many parts of society that it has expanding impacts on every other part of society. They want to get rid of the National Weather Service. They want to privatize the idea of getting news about the weather, which will lead to more lies about the weather, more misinformation about climate change events like fires and hurricanes, while they also make them worse. I would consider that a genocide if it leads to the death of millions of people, which it will, whether they're Americans or not, it will lead to the deaths of millions of people anyway. Like, we're already going to get there, but a concerted effort by the Trump administration, a second Trump administration, to make it worse, I would count in that. There's the Marxists, which they'll come for first, because they always do. They'll come for the socialists and the communists, because if you teach people about class consciousness, well, they're much less likely to be radicalized towards your crazy Nazi beliefs. Not yours, obviously, theirs. I know you're not a Nazi. But there's also generally, beyond just genocide, the systematic killing of political opponents, of civilian dissidents, the systematic oppression of women, let alone women of color, who also probably would fit into the genocide category, depending on how we categorize it. If we're talking about lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to really safety in regards to abuse. He already said he wouldn't if he won, and it doesn't matter because there won't be a running for president again if Trump wins, succubus. If Trump wins, J.D. Vance is the next Führer. They literally picked him specifically for that purpose. Again, go back and watch the VP debate. He's not debating Tim Walz. He's not engaging with the questions in the same way as a person who's debating would. He is reading a script. He is doing an audition for America's Next Top Hitler. There is such a high risk. Well, some of them I said genocide, not all of them. At the very least, immigrants, trans people, genocide. Everyone else still would be horrible and atrocity with, but also a lot of them probably will still fit into the... That's the thing, right, Blue Brother? You don't just start in one place. They still talk about the Jews. You think the Jews aren't going to happen next? You think that the idea of anti-Semitism growing because of Israel's actions isn't a possibility? You think that American Nazis, who both simultaneously support Israel for killing brown people... Oh yeah, how could I forget Muslims? Yeah, they'll put Muslims in camps too, really quickly. They were already talking about another form of a Muslim ban, so that's another one that'll get genocided. That one we can be pretty certain about. But the idea of the Nazis who both claim to support Israel while also claiming that the Jews control the media and that, this is all connected. None of this is a far reach. This isn't rocket science. Leftists don't target Jews, they target Zionists, except for the stupid leftists that aren't actually leftists. Yes, Muslims are quite anti-Semitic right now, although, again, that's Israel's own fault for making it significantly clear to everybody in the world that they just hate Muslims. I can spontaneously think of 3 genocides in history. Well, the Holocaust, the Rwanda genocide, there's Israel now. There's also the Bosnian genocide that we as America stopped. We stopped the Bosnian genocide by bombing Serbia. Pol Pot also was genocidal. Yes, that is also true. Look, like, the argument that Republicans, that Donald Trump and the Republican Party aren't genocidal when we're talking about internment camps. We're talking about the law that we used to put the Japanese in camps. He's calling immigrants animals. He's saying that they're going to arrest political opposition, that they're going to shoot protesters, that they're going to use the military against protesters. There is so much evidence screaming that these people are Nazis and will exterminate you. They will create death camps. Also, thanks for the addition there, Walker Steele. Very helpful. Look, let's just finish this video. Actually, gotta run the ad break real quick. I'm gonna go pee. When we come back, I'm going to finish this video. Got a couple more quick things to run through, and then I think that's it for the day. But we still got too much fun to miss. All right, be back in a second. Hi. Would you guys mind giving me like half a second? I just got a phone call from a friend's grandmother, and I just want to check that it's not an emergency before I just don't respond right now. Give me like another minute and a half. Sorry. Okay, awesome. Thanks. I'll call you then. Bye-bye. Awesome. Yay. Not an emergency. Back to it. I have already voted. Oh yeah, I know, but like it's still polite to ask. You guys are here watching me. I'm not watching the empty chair. I'm not Hassan. Hold on, my headphones are stuck. Blue Brother, that's not the definition of genocide. Hold on. It's not just the destruction of a nation or an ethnic group. It is the deliberate killing or destroying of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. It's also displacing. I don't know why this is not saying, because mass displacement is genocide. Again, we can look at sources like What is genocide? According to the United States Holocaust Museum, the legal term genocide refers to certain acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Genocide is an international crime. According to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes of Genocide, the acts that constitute genocide fall into 5 categories: killing members of a group, causing serious bodily or mentally harm to members of that group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, or forcibly transferring children from the group to another group. This is objectively, almost every group that I listed fits into the genocide category based on the definition that the United States Holocaust Museum gives us, you know? Vote them down the ballot, guys. Genuinely, it's who becomes the president is important, but down ballot races are significantly more impactful. A big reason why Republican-controlled states have such an easy time passing laws that harm their own citizens with very little repercussion, and oftentimes not even having them overturned, even when challenged in court, are because of Republican state legislatures, Republican governors, Republican senators, and representatives. The down ballot races make a huge, huge, huge difference in what happens in the long-term health of a community, of the country.
In large part, what kind of leader he is. So I understand the economic case for Trump and all of that, but on the question of, did he hire good people who then, after working with him, determined that they did not believe that he had the character to be president of the United States?
Again, not my definition, the United States Holocaust Museum's definition. I can find more. I mean, look, we can argue the semantics of whether it fits in a genocide or not, but it is still a concerted effort to A, mass displace people, B, to cause massive bodily and mental harm to people, to reduce the standard of living of people, and also to kill people. It doesn't matter whether semantically we agree on the definition or not. This is still objectively bad. This is still objectively evil, and this is still Nazi shit.
You just mess up and hire a lot of bad people.
Well, but this is not a hypothetical. Donald Trump is not a hypothetical president. He was the president. You can go back and look at his record.
He was the
to
president,
see
and
that
40 out of 45 of his cabinet members will not support him. His vice president will not support him. His generals will not support him. He was the president. He would
Literally, we got last week that he was fully aware that they were going to try and hang his vice president. And his response was, fuck it, I don't care. He should have voted to certify, to not certify. They're evil. Exactly. Semantics is not relevant. He was okay with his own VP getting hung by his supporters. They did an insurrection. These are traitors. These are a one-to-one comparison to Nazis, even in the fact that they are incompetent much of the time, because, you know, the Nazis were also pretty incompetent because they didn't last very long. We like to talk about, they did cool shit with science. Okay, where did that get them? How long did the Third Reich last? Not very long, because fascists are not good at ruling. They're good at taking power. They're not good at holding it. They're not good at governing.
was terrible. They're saying we worked as close as we possibly could
I
to
get
him,
it. You
and
have
we
nothing-
won't hire
I
him
get it.
again.
The Democrats
Those of
have-
us in the regular world, those of us in regular America who didn't work right next to Donald Trump, we don't know. So we have to trust the people that worked as close as possible to him. And the people who worked as close as possible to him, 80-90% of them are saying, do not hire this man again. He is a danger.
I get it. You've got nothing to run on except fear of Donald Trump.
I have lots of things to run on if I was a Democrat. It's not just about fear.
This
It's
is
about
about-
saying this man is a danger, and the people who know him best say so. If you want to talk about what Kamala Harris is running on, that's a completely different conversation. But this man is an absolute danger. The people closest to him are saying
this
so.
man is, there have been 2 assassination attempts against this man because of this irresponsible rhetoric about someone being a danger. Can we stop it?
Again, look, this is this fucking bullshit that makes me.
Wait, hold on, Mike.
Why the fuck are Democrats held to such a higher standard than Republicans? Why is it that Democrat rhetoric incites violence and assassination attempts against Trump, but we're never talking about the violence that's incited by the Republicans? Not to this degree, not to the point where it's a standard fucking talking point, where the Republican rhetoric constantly results in mass shootings, in extremists going and doing terrorism. The FBI considers right-wing Christian fascist, Christian nationalist hate groups to be a terrorist group, like a terrorist threat, rather, a national security threat to the United States. Look, whether or not we call it fascism or Nazism or genocide or whatever the fuck it is, if he wins, a lot of us are going to be in campsite this time next year, so we can call it whatever the hell you like to call it, but if he wins, you're going to see, and I hope that you never that you never have to see. Yeah. If you can agree on some of these most basic fundamental moral truths, then the only option in good conscience is to vote blue up and down the ballot. Yeah. Why CNN does not hold Fox News to standard they hold Trump? Well, money, but also it's not even Fox News. They're not holding each other to the same standard that they hold. It's not about Trump here. This is purely liberals and their civility politics. This is purely the Democrats, in that calling out this shit feels rude to them. They're taught to not do that. They'll lose their job if they're too harsh about it. I mean, look at Mehdi Hassan, called out Israel and MSNBC fired him. I hope after we get past this bullshit, that can happen. Yeah. Well, here's to hoping we get past this bullshit to begin with. Look, fuck this. Fuck them. Fuck all of these people. I genuinely don't know what to say anymore other than these people are evil and they want to do evil things. They want to harm you. God, yes, I've said this before too. I miss the Romney-Obama days. How is it that Mitt Romney is the only Republican that has some semblance of sanity? And back in those days, he was the crazy Republican that we would make fun of. Well, not the only one, but he was crazy in the religious way, whereas the rest are crazy in the Hitlerite fascist way. It seems like Mitt Romney is the only Republican that has, morals. I don't even like him. I don't even like him. I don't agree with him at all, except he has morals. He's a human and not a lizard person, not a soulless husk, not a demon, like the rest of the Republicans aren't these days, you know. What are we supposed to do, other than just say the truth? Again, I don't think that we should be holding back. I think fuck bad optics, like call them out, be more forceful. Don't let them just get away with openly lying. And I also think that a lot of these people should be in prison. I think that, again, the people who who displayed a coordinated, deliberate effort to mislead the public, to do an insurrection, to stoke Nazism, hatred, and have caused the collateral deaths, the stochastic terrorism, the years of just psychic brain damage to not only just the American public, but to the world. I think they all belong in prison. I think it should be illegal for media personalities to openly and objectively lie. Again, like, that's not saying you can't be wrong. I'm saying, you know, you can't knowingly and willingly lie on the news. And I also think that we need to make it so politicians cannot knowingly and willingly lie either. We need to remove money from politics. Fix broadcasting media market. Yes, sure. Economists, mostly though, contrarian debater, are left-leaning. That's the thing, is actual economists, just like actual historians, are all leftists. You can't end up anywhere else because nothing else makes rational sense. I don't know. And I think that's it for today. Thanks though, guys. This was a lot of fun, actually. I quite enjoy having a chat that'll engage in good faith like you guys. We are stronger together. We need to keep doing this. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll be back on tomorrow, but tomorrow's my birthday, so I am going to do a bit of a game stream. I want to play some Pokemon ROMs on the computer. I don't know. I need to take a break from the psychic damage that is this, especially getting closer and closer to Election Day. And, well, fuck it, it's my birthday, so thanks, and hopefully see you guys tomorrow. And if not, see you next time on